no YouTube, por favor, dê feedback para a gente no
So if
chat.
you're watching us on YouTube, please let us know if the transmission is okay, if audio is fine.
A sessão recomeçou.
We are now resuming our session. So we're waiting for everyone to join and to resume. So let's continue with our event. Now we're going to have a panel on 6 gigahertz and Wi-Fi 7. So I'm going to give the floor now to Gilberto Zorello from IX.br. He's going to be the moderator. We're also going to have with us Francisco Rodrigo Porto Cavalcante from the Federal University of the State of Ceará. He's one of our panelists, and also Wagner Maia from Abrint, our second panelist. And let's talk about 6 gigahertz and Wi-Fi.
Pessoal, boa tarde.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Novamente, né? Estou aqui com vocês. Agora a ideia
It's a pleasure to be here again. Now we're going to be talking about 6 gigahertz. This topic, this is a hot topic, and it has been in recent years. Some changes have occurred, and today we have 2 experts in this area. And they're going to be discussing this topic with us. So the idea for this panel, well, the 6 gigahertz frequency, it starts at the end of 5.9 and goes until 7.1. So that's 1.2 gigahertz. This band was defined by Anatel to be used by providers for Wi-Fi services. So without a licensing need. And to the community's surprise, in late 24, a resolution was published to divide this band in 2 different windows. And that has impacts, of course. So Wagner is going to give us more details about that, what's going on, and what is the impact of that for the provider community. And to talk about the technology, we have with us Professor Francisco Rodrigo Porto from the Federal University of Ceará. He's currently responsible for GTEL. This is a department within the university that specializes in telecom. Nick has been working with the Federal University to develop the georeferenced database to explore TVWS in Brazil. TVWS, well, that is a technology that uses free TV channels in remote areas and uses these channels to provide internet services. So this technology aims at using these channels that are free, that are not used, as to protect the primary service, which is digital television services. We've been developing this project for some years now with the university and Inatel. With Inatel, we want to develop radio that will operate in these frequency ranges. And the Federal University of Ceará, they are conducting research They are developing a solution, and in the second semester of this year, we will test this in the field. We have some Inatel prototypes and prototypes for the database as well. We've been working with Professor Rodrigo for a while now. In the TVWS, with this database, we can draw an analogy for the use of 6 gigahertz, both for 6E, Wi-Fi, or Wi-Fi 7. So you can use this service outdoors, but that takes a database, and Professor Rodrigo is going to give us more details on that. So first, we're going to have an explanation about the technology. That's by Professor Rodrigo. And after that, Wardner is going to talk about the applications and impacts for providers, most of all of this division of this band, and also regulation. That's what Wardner Maia will be covering. Okay? And at the end, we're going to have time for a Q&A session. We have 70 minutes for this panel, so there will be time for questions. Please write down your questions. I think this is going to be a very interesting panel, and this is a very up-to-date topic, quite new. There's not a lot of talk about outdoor 6G. It's not regulated. What is it? What does it take to explore this service? So this panel is going to tell you that. Professor Rodrigo, you may begin.
Muito boa tarde a todos e
Good
todas.
afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. I'd like to thank IX.br for inviting me. It is always a pleasure to be at these events. They're very well organized. The program is very interesting. Well, I was invited to talk about automatic coordination of frequency. We have the efficient use of the spectrum through a modern approach, management approach of the spectrum, managing the electromagnetic spectrum. And that's what we're going to cover today.
Vocês devem ter em mente, só para a gente nivelar aqui ponto de partida comum, existem dois paradigmas
There are
principais,
two main paradigms when it comes to spectrum management. They're not the only ones, but the main ones. Licensed or exclusive use. This is used for mobile telecom services. And we also have non-licensed, shared non-licensed use. So these are the bands that are with Wi-Fi services. And for those, there's no need of licensing. These are the two main paradigms. We're going to talk about a technology that provides a different solution. And the goal is to, have the best of both worlds in this technology.
Pronto. Então, a minha agenda de hoje com vocês.
So today, that's what I want to cover with you. First, we're going to talk about Wi-Fi 7 and the 6 gigahertz band. AFC, this technology has a very practical goal, which is to allow for the best possible use of Wi-Fi 7 in the new 6 gigahertz band that is being regulated around the world. So we're going to talk about Wi-Fi 7 and the 6 gigahertz band. Then we're going to talk about automatic frequency coordinator, or AFC. How does it work? And then I'm going to talk about some challenges and perspectives. And my challenge is actually to keep you awake after lunch. I hope I'm successful. Okay, Wi-Fi 7 and the 6 gigahertz band. This is an open signal slide. It is based in US data. But I believe we can assume that figures in Brazil are similar. It shows the proportion of mobile device traffic through Wi-Fi and through mobile networks. In the US, this proportion is above 80% for Wi-Fi services. So in the US, that's 86, 82, 84%. It depends on the carrier. We have the main US carriers here. And that's the proportion, 80 to 20. That's the ratio. This shows the importance of Wi-Fi technology. I know, it's preaching to the converted here. All of us are Wi-Fi users. We know how important it is. However, these figures corroborate that idea and show us a concrete proportion. They show the relevance of this technology, which is an additional technology. It has some niches, some specific spaces, but it is very important.
De baixo, né? Vamos ver se vai agora. É de cima. Bom, continuando aqui.
Okay, I was just working out the clicker here. Anyway, this is a timeline, and we are in Wi-Fi 7. That's the 7th generation. In the last 5 or 6 years, we had 3 new tech advancements, and this just shows how the Wi-Fi Alliance is swift and agile, and also manufacturers. So from 2019 to today, we had Wi-Fi 6, 6E, or extended. And last year, 2024, we reached the certified Wi-Fi 7 stage. So this graph shows the gradual adoption of these technologies. We still have a variety of legacy Wi-Fi devices, lots of Wi-Fi 5 still. But, for new devices, Wi-Fi 6 is dominant. Wi-Fi 6E is a transition technology, and it grew in recent years. The trend now, looking at 2025 in the graph, new devices, smartphones, laptops, tablets, they will all be produced with Wi-Fi 7 compatible technology. And we will have to do that in also commercial and residential access points for individuals and for providers.
Em termos de evolução,
so here we see an evolution. Again, Wi-Fi 4, 5, 6, 6E, and 7, as you can see on the table. This is an impressive rate of the bits per second rates, BPS, and also at the peak. This is connected to many tech advancements in Wi-Fi. We have the spatial streams. This is for multiple antenna technology. So we have more spatial stream running parallel. And with Wi-Fi 7, you have peak numbers 2.9 Gbps, up to 46.4 when you use the max number of spatial streams. So this is amazing capacity, and this used to be unimaginable at the past. Of course, this is Wi-Fi 7 with broadband. And we're going to talk about broadband in a minute. These Wi-Fi generations, they can serve a large number of events and of people because the peak capacity is very high. From Wi-Fi 5 to 7, Some providers here in Fortaleza are still in Wi-Fi 5. If you skip Wi-Fi 6, it's a six-fold increase. So there are many incentives to go there. The price of Wi-Fi 7 access points are more accessible. We have those now for 300, 400 reais, so it's feasible. It's a feasible value because until recently, it used to be double than that. So this technology will mature and become prevalent. This is really important. Bandwidth.
Não é pointer não, mas lá em cima na figura,
at the top of this chart, you see the first bandwidth, 2.4 gigahertz to 2.483. And here we have some 20 megahertz channels, usually 3 channels. They don't interfere in each other. Some 40 channels, few as well. But for a while, we have the one in the middle, which is the 5 giga bandwidth. And this is going up, of course. And then we have more channels. And the Wi-Fi 5 standard accepts 80 and 160 megahertz channels. That's where we are without the 6 gigahertz. Okay, when we talk about 6, that's at the bottom of the slide. From 5.925 up until 7.125. This is divided into 2 major blocks. So this is the first one, as you see here, on the left-hand side, and the rest of it, which is an additional 700 megahertz. There's a regulatory difference here, and I know my colleague is going to cover that. In the US, Canada, this whole bandwidth is allocated for non-licensed use, or ESM. You see the US flag there? This is fully available for Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7. For the time being, Europe is allocating the lowest part of the spectrum for mobile networks, 5G and in the future, the 6th generation or 6G technology. Well, here in Brazil, we are sort of in a pendulum movement. Things are not clear, but everything suggests that we will follow the European model. According to this allocation, you can have more or less Wi-Fi channels. The largest, or bandwidth, 320 megahertz, this is a Wi-Fi 7 innovation. That's at the bottom of the chart. This is the largest channel ever conceived for Wi-Fi technology in 30 years of history. This channel here will only make sense if we have the 1200 mega bandwidth. If it's just a 500 window, 2 channels would overlap. That's a 320 mega channel in a 500 mega bandwidth. That limits, of course, the use potential of this channel for Wi-Fi. Should Brazil reduce that to the 500 megahertz? This is being debated. So I'm going to talk about something that is neutral regarding this decision. If there's more bandwidth for Wi-Fi, that means more capacity. But FC can work in any scenario, and it gives more potential to Wi-Fi 7. So that was my introduction about Wi-Fi 7 and the 6 gigahertz bandwidth. Let's talk about AFC, Automated Frequency Combination. What is it, and what is the connection with Wi-Fi? This is a tentative definition, and I promise this is the only text slide. The idea here is to define the system. AFC is a smart system, smart and dynamic, designed to optimize the use of the spectrum. It allows non-licensed, high-power devices. This is important right here. High-power Wi-Fi devices in the 6 gigahertz bandwidth. It allows for these devices to operate in bandwidths that are already occupied by licensed services in the traditional model of spectrum use. That's what we call the incumbents, right? Players that have access to the spectrum and they have the exclusive use license. But the goal here is to flexibilize that. And I'll explain this in a minute. Bandwidth is occupied by the incumbents, licensed services. We have fixed microwave links, satellite links, and radio astronomy observatories. These are examples of licensed services with exclusive rights of usage for these bandwidths. So AFC aims at sharing, allowing for a shared use, but it's a coordinated shared use of the 6 gigahertz bandwidth. High power, why is this highlighted? This is important. Of course, most of you are engineers and technicians. Power means reach, right? When we're talking about radio frequency. And more reach means less access points to cover the same area with the same quality. This has technical and also financial implications when it comes to infrastructure. So this is a point I'm going to detail in a minute. High power.
What is that? Just to close this conceptual bit, we have two main paradigms, the licensed and the non-licensed one. On your right, you have the licensed spectrum for mobile networks and non-licensed such as Wi-Fi, and a shared spectrum with the frequency automated coordination. Also, Wi-Fi is supposed to go through shared use without coordination, but the one with coordination will be able to share spectrum, which should be of exclusive use of some licensed incumbents. So this is one of the novelties that we have for AFC. How about AFC all over? Well, this is a technology which is regulated and authorized to operate in Northern America, in blue, and more recently, South Korea. Some countries, they are even considering to implement those that you see in orange. Brazil is also colored in orange because, as far as I know, there is no official concern from Anatel to get to this business. But even though they are considering adopting this solution in Brazil. So there is a possibility that Brazil, as well, like Japan and others, assessing this technology. But the only one which is already regulated and in operation is the United States, whereas other countries are still analyzing it. So I will share some experiences from the United States, which is the only country which is regulated and authorized. But that is an excellent paradigm because it's under operation and we can see in practical terms how their system works. Power levels. to access
O sistema
point.
AFC, na regulação da FCC,
AFC, according to the
ele
RFCC,
principalmente
which
os
is an
access points em
American
duas categorias.
regulatory
Uma que é a
agencies,
categoria
they divide
convencional,
access
que é como nós
points within
conhecemos
two
aqui no Brasil, os access
categories, the
points que nós
conventional one,
compramos e
the
aquele que
regular
existe hoje, aquele que é
access points
autorizado a
which we
funcionar no
buy,
Brasil.
the existing
Lá,
ones, and the
nessa
ones
nova
which are
regulação, eles foram
authorized
batizados de
to
low
operate
power
in
indoor.
Brazil.
Então,
But
são
over there,
dispositivos de
they are,
baixa potência
they are
para uso
called
em terra.
low power
Tá? E aí tem essa
indoor.
escala de potência que começa em 18
And this
dBm
is a
até
power
30 dBm de
scale
teste.
which starts from
Então, esses
18
dispositivos
dBm
seriam os
to
nossos
30
access points
dBm.
convencionais.
So they are
Claro,
our
aí teremos a
conventional
low power
access
indoor, porque aqui tem
points,
uma outra
low
categoria,
power
que seria
indoor. That's the
uma
terminology that
denominação,
they
que é essa
use
categoria dos
in the
access points
US,
convencionais, com limites de potência que tem
with
relação à
some
largura de banda
power
ou sinal
limits,
de limite de
which
30
have to do
dBm.
with the
Esses
bands,
access points, assim como os nossos
broadband.
aqui,
Those
não tem
access
qualquer
points,
necessidade
similarly
de
to
sistema de
ours,
coordenação
they do
FCC.
not
Você pode
require
comprar
any
do
frequency
Magazine
coordination
Luiza e levar para
system.
casa instalar.
You may buy them
Nós,
from
a
a
experiência que
department
nós temos
store
hoje do Wi-Fi
and plug
4,
and play. This
mas
is the
então a
Wi-Fi
regulação
experience
cria
that we
uma
have.
outra categoria,
However,
que é o que eles chamam de
regulatory
standard
aspects,
power.
they raise it
Na
to
verdade,
another
seria
category, the
alta potência,
so-called
mas
standard
eles preferiram
power,
chamar aí de
high
potência
power, but they
standard
prefer
power.
to name it as
E aí você
standard
sobe
power.
esse teto para 36
And that
dBm
you raise the
em
bar to
todas as
36 dBms
faixas de frequência, em todas
instead
as
of
larguras de banda.
30 at all
Agora tem um
broadband
asterisco que eu não coloquei, mas eu
rates.
digo aqui, o
And
asterisco é
there
sobe
is
antes e
an
sobe depois.
exception, just with
Por quê? Porque esse aumento de
AFC.
potência, a FCC
The
nos Estados
power
Unidos
increase,
concluiu que esse aumento de potência tem um potencial
FCC
de
concluded
interferir
that
com os
they have the
incumbentes,
ability to
tá?
interfere
Lá o
to those
satélite,
so-called
o
incumbents,
radioastrônomo,
such as
o
satellite,
radiográfico,
astronomical,
alguma infraestrutura aí
radio,
de
link
transporte,
radio
né,
of
link de
any
dados.
transportation
Então, com
infrastructure
36 você não
of
pode
data
comprar no Magazine
traffic. With
Luiza. Você
36, you cannot
pode, se
just
o
plug
Brasil
and
adotar
play.
o AFC.
You can
Né?
if
Então,
Brazil
claro,
adopts
a questão é essa, só
AFC,
com o
the
sistema automático
automated
de coordenação de
frequency
frequência que você pode ativar
coordination.
esse access point.
That's the only
Mas se
way to
tiver o
allow
sistema,
you
você tem que
to
trabalhar,
access
né? A
access
começar
point.
por esse
But if
teto de
the
potência, que
system
como eu
is
disse,
implemented,
alcance
you
de
have a number
capacidade
of
fica
advantages. You may click
dependendo do
on
seu
reach
projeto,
capacity
são
and
inclusive
also
custos,
depending
né?
on
Por
your
conta de uma
project
determinada
that
área que você vai ter
will
um
drive
alcance
cost
de maior
reductions as you
capacidade
be able to
de
have
internet.
a greater reach with access point.
Então fiquemos com isso em mente. São os
So
standard
keep
power,
that in
que são os
mind.
dispositivos de
The
interesse
standard
aqui da nossa
powers
apresentação,
are the
porque os demais
devices
são
of our
autorizados
main
a funcionar
interest.
normalmente.
As others, they have authorization
Ok,
to
a FC é
operate
obrigatória, como eu disse há pouco, nessa categoria.
regularly, and FCC is mandatory within this category.
Especificamente, dentro da faixa de 6 GHz,
Within
o
6
AFC para
gigahertz,
uso outdoor. Então,
AFC
aqui,
to
outro
outdoor
detalhe
use.
importante. Essa tecnologia foi pensada
This
principalmente para
technology
o uso outdoor,
was
ou seja,
designed
praças
mainly
públicas,
to outdoor use, public
corredores
squares,
urbanos, né,
urban
avenidas turísticas,
corridors,
uma orla
tour
marítima como
sightseeing
Fortaleza, um estádio de
areas,
futebol,
maritime
tá?
areas like the one
Ou
in
seja,
Fortaleza,
ambientes onde naturalmente a onda
seaside
vai ter uma propagação mais
places where
elevada e
electromagnetic
acoplada com esse
wave
de 36
will
dBm
be
vai fazer com
effective,
que esse
and
risco de
together with
interferência
the
nos
36
incumbentes seja
dBm,
concreto. E por isso
the
a
transfer
necessidade desse
risk
tipo de
within the
coordenação do espectro,
incumbents
né?
will be
Então,
mitigated.
nesse primeiro momento, o sistema lá na América do Norte está autorizado
The
o AFC,
system
mas
in
ele
the
começa a
US,
funcionar no bloco de
they are
500 MHz,
authorized to
esse está
work on
clareado com vermelho aí,
500
tá? Nesse caso, então, nesse
megahertz.
sentido, seja qual for a definição que a gente tiver aqui no Brasil,
So, despite
a
the definition
tecnologia
that Brazil
está
may follow, the
direcionada para
technology
funcionar
is
primariamente nesse bloco de
directly
500
to work
MHz, para
mainly
ambiente
with
outdoor,
this
tá
initial
bom? Então,
500
independente da definição da
megahertz
Anatel,
for
essa é a tecnologia que
outdoor
vai fazer uma
use,
diferença para
regardless of
provedores, para
Anatel's
prefeituras,
decisions
enfim, para quem
that will
quiser
make a
instalar uma
difference
infraestrutura
to
em maior
providers,
escala
city
em
halls,
ambientes
those who
externos,
would
né? Uma
like
zona de
to
feira, um São
implement
João, como a gente
a
tem aqui
on a
na
larger
rua aqui
scale,
na nossa
maybe
zona
a
metropolitana.
public
Quer dizer,
party, I mean,
infraestruturas de ambiente externo
infrastructures
para
of
Wi-Fi, que hoje,
outdoor
no geral, é
sites to
viciado.
Wi-Fi,
A nossa experiência, no
where
geral, essas
nowadays we
estruturas outdoor
know
para
that
grandes eventos são bem
outdoor frameworks
deficitárias,
to
elas deixam
large
a desejar
events,
em
they
geral.
are
Tá?
quite
Parte da
ineffective.
problemática é
They
que
could be
você realmente não
better
tem uma
probably because you don't have a Wi-Fi technological standards or formats. But now with the AFC, with the standard power, we'll be able to perform better at events and sites like that. So the standard power is the orange 500 mega band, and then we have 300 in the upper part. And here you can see the incumbents illustrations. We have microwave links, satellite wires. You have to worry about the incumbents, so you do not interfere with them. And that's exactly what AFC is for. The blue bars, rather, they may change freely within the 1200 megahertz.
Explicado mais ou menos o que é o AFC, né? Certamente vocês podem ter dúvidas.
What is AFC? You might still be in doubt about it, but let's see their reachability and how can they coordinate licensed incumbents which may not suffer any sort of interference with a high-power Wi-Fi operating in similar rates. Here we have a more technical illustration, but I promise this is the only one, where we have a link radio or connected radio end-to-end, and the AFC system first will convey information about the site where the transmitter is located and about their power, transfer power, their wire standards. A national regulatory agency will supply such an information. The WebCC has a database which maps geographically, taking into account all technical requests where transmitters are. First piece of information. Second, the AFC system embeds a modeling of electromagnetic wave propagation where they are going to mimic a 3D exclusion zone. We can no longer allocate any access points, at least not with those powers of 6,330 gigahertz. The operation is not authorized. The access point will send a query to the system asking what can be done in terms of transmissions, which channels may be used, what are the power levels, and am I authorized to use standard power, Wi-Fi 7 within these specific geographical locations. Well, the system will give you this type of authorizations. This is very close to the propagation router and a further access point with the green thumbs up, operations allowed. This is a very complex radio modeling as it requires some level of precision to avoid any authorization which will end up causing any sort of interference in the licensor, because they are exclusive licensed organizations, and this is a rather complex model which may help us to get some level of security in this forecast corrector. But in a nutshell, the concept is mainly represented over here. We have to design exclusion zones to map them and to allow the use of the spectrum according to that site, and that area is available. There is no interference, that is totally under control, and you authorize the use in that site where there won't be any interference. If you have an incumbent in one of the channels, which is step one, first I look for an adjacent channel which is not being used by the incumbent. And second, I may adjust my power. AFC system will also calculate the maximum power that an access point may use, because we also have to take into account adjacent channel interference, ACI. And then you inform the access point that you may transfer from several channels with that power adjustment. So that is a propagation analysis, then an identification of a list of channels and a power adjustment throughout a communication between access points and the AFC system. Here, a system architecture overview. Well, I know that my time is up. I'm almost concluding. Incumbent database, it is a regulatory agency's liability, as well as the database for devices. The AFC searches for information within the database, and the device sends a request via HTTP, identifying and receiving systems and allowing available channels to use that channel. And we validate later on the authorization. And to close and conclude, challenges and future steps. Benefits, they are well understood. The outdoor use with high power, we may also think about indoor coverage with the 6 gigahertz to larger installations, such as shopping centers, airports, exhibition fairs, and so on. And even theoretically speaking, we may consider a coexistence of satellites, microwaves, linked radios, and also mobile telephone. There are 3 main technical challenges, which are first, to develop this system based on Brazilian technology, the AFC, the Coordinated Automated Frequency Service I'm talking about, a regulatory challenge where they have to adopt a system and allow higher levels of authorizations, and to develop an ecosystem of devices, which is just a consequence of the other 2. With that, I'd like to thank you all, as well as CGI and IX.br, for all the support received from you, my contact information and my website, and I'll be at your disposal for further questions after our next panelist. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rodrigo. Thank you so much for this brilliant lecture. Very interesting indeed. Maya, now I hand over to you, please.
Alô, alô? Tá. Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Parece que está ok. Alô, alô? Isso, ok. Bem, boa tarde a todos e todas.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Mais perto.
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, we cannot hear his mic.
Alô, alô? Agora sim.
Yeah, now we can hear you all right.
Depois aí da excelente...
After this brilliant talk by Professor Rodrigo, I have to find the best way to approach Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 6 and 7, and 6 gigahertz spectrum. And the question is, the Brazilian Wi-Fi future, not just Brazilian, but the future of the Wi-Fi somewhere else may be under threat due to this possibility of a regulatory change that our regulatory agency, the dear Anatel, is the one that is advocating for, and which we don't quite agree.
É o contrário aqui, ó.
I think I'm going the wrong direction.
Bom, eu queria iniciar com alguns aspectos.
I would like to start addressing some issues which they might be an off-topic, but I guess it's high time we address all those issues as they might be related to our main topic here, which is Wi-Fi 7. Brazilian internet started its commercial business in 1995, and thanks to this multi-stakeholder model that was created, we became a well-developed and acknowledged sector universally. We have in Brazil a full competition scene thanks to over 20,000 companies which are authorized by Anatel to supply multimedia communication services. That is the largest IXP, which is the IX.br, and all investments to the web, they are financed with a zero BRLs from the Brazilian government. IX.br, the registries themselves, they are the ones to cover any additional costs. And our government is not a controller, neither the owner of that ecosystem, but it participates actively in the CGI, where there are 21 members representing different sectors. The government has 6 seats, 6 members participating actively in that board of directors. But here I am to talk about radio frequency. Why are regulatory aspects so important? Well, a number of actions are taking place and Brazilian internet model is being attacked. And one of the topics, which was the theme of this IX Forum, which is the end of Norm 4, which is a position that separates internet from telecommunications. Another severe threat is the bill 4557, which no longer allows anatomy to CGI, and CGI should be under Anatel's supervision. And in case of radio frequency, we understand that there is a direct relationship and a certain level of attack to the internet framework, as those radio frequencies that were allocated to Wi-Fi, and that is the case for over 20 years. No other new radio frequency was allocated in the past 10 or 12 years. And to mobile services, every single year, such an allocation is increasing. And we understand that it was high time that Wi-Fi would be pushed ahead. Even mobile services users, they consume much more data in their Wi-Fi broadband than in the mobile broadband. That is a fact. Let's go back to the 6 gigahertz. It dates back from May 2020, when Anatel decides to assign total frequency rates to 6 gigahertz for not licensed Wi-Fi users. And Brazil was the second country in the world, just lagging behind the USA. And what was the reason behind that, both for Brazil, the USA, and other countries, and Americas, they had followed that general trend. In addition, we have some other studies which try to understand the economic impact to assign broadbands to Wi-Fi use. They led to this projection. We would have a GDP contribution of 112 billion, a super average of 30 billion USA, and consumers surpassed 21.19 billion, a total of 163.5 billion US dollars as of 2030, adopting the total 6 gigahertz broadband to Wi-Fi. 1 year later, Anatel changes the regulation for restricted radiation devices to be granted with the use of 6 gigahertz band. According to this article from Mobile Time, the CEO of Anatel made very clear, and that since April 2022, he said that Anatel was not willing to rethink or rediscuss about that spectrum for Wi-Fi 6E. And that decision is the one which is valid, and it's not going to be redesigned. We internet providers had this regulation as being 100% in accordance to work with this band, as well as other manufacturers and those who are part of the production equipment manufacturer. Well done.
In 2023, again, we have the story here, and Anatel was stating nothing changes. They didn't even mention it. There was not even a debate about it. 6G is a closed subject. That's the quote from Anatel. And the CEO even said the topic will be discussed during the meeting, during the WRC meeting, but we are free and our decision has been made. That was his statement. Okay, then we had November, December 23. And to our surprise, to the surprise of many manufacturers and many stakeholders, there was a UIT meeting. And then Anatel requests a footnote saying that 700 megahertz of the 6 giga band could be destined to mobile services. The footnote was added, and Anatel stated, "This is a big win for Brazil." The footnote. That surprised many people. So far, up until then, all information coming from Anatel and from Anatel's president. He was always the spokesperson for the agency, and statements said that this was going to be for Wi-Fi purposes. And then we had a difficult surprise. On December 31st, 2024, that was the last day of the year, Anatel used a mechanism that they call deliberation circuit. And through this mechanism, they removed this bandwidth. They grabbed 700 megahertz and placed it in mobile services. This meeting, the deliberation circuit, this is something that Anatel uses to debate urgent topics. These meetings can be scheduled on an urgent system. They can be held remotely. So using this type of resource for such an important decision was something strange. And it had gone against previous decisions of Anatel. There were no public hearings, no transparency, no public debate, and apparently no consideration about the impact of that decision for millions of users. So what are the underlying interests when Anatel does that? When they use a mechanism that is not ideal, of course, to make such a decision. And they made this decision in the last day of the year.
Algo da alta frequência, né? Só que é uma alta frequência de
Well,
incoerência regulatória.
this shows a high frequency, but I'm talking about a high frequency of regulatory inconsistency. Look, Wi-Fi lost 50% of the 6 gigahertz bandwidth. And for the mobile services, the changes were less than 10% of what they already had. If you look at the bars, you see the frequencies allocated for mobile services. So removing that bandwidth from Wi-Fi is a disaster for Wi-Fi, and it's a very small benefit for mobile services. And that's why we were surprised. We wonder, why did they make this decision? Well, fast forward February 2025, Anatel opens a public hearing process for the bidding process for the planning for radio frequency, and they included 6 gigahertz for an auction process for 2026, a public bidding process. Well, Anatel has scheduled this public bidding for 2026, and then we wonder, is the battle lost for Wi-Fi? One of Anatel's argument to do that, well, they state that the adoption of Wi-Fi was not very fast. We held meetings with Anatel, and they said, well, we said actually, adoption has been slow because we have very few accredited and approved devices. And the few approved devices are very expensive. So yes, it will be slow. But that also happened when we had 5 gigahertz. It doesn't happen from day to night. Regulation doesn't mean that the market is going to adopt it quickly. There needs to be scale so that devices become cheaper or more accessible, and then people adopt it. But anyway, that was their argument. So you're not using this, we're going to transfer this to mobile. Well, after they scheduled the bidding process for 2026, now telecom companies are asking for, they don't want this in 2026 anymore. They want this just in 2030 because it's in their hands already. Well, Anatel says, subject closed. There's no debate anymore. Here you see 2 quotes from the same publication, Mobile Time. Anatel does not intend to redebate the spectrum for a 6E Wi-Fi. That's the news in April 2022. February 2025, the same outlet, the same publication, and the same person being interviewed says, the future of Wi-Fi or 6G is a decision that has been made. So in just 3 years, he gives 2 opposite statements, and he says, everything's decided. Well, but for us, this is a good thing. because it leads us to believe that, this is not a lost battle. They changed their mind. Well, Abrint and other partner associations, they made a public note against Anatel's decision, citing the meeting held on December 31st. And this public note was signed by all these associations you see on the screen. Some people say we should have one single association, that having many associations is not productive. However, Brazil is a huge country, and our internet has to serve this huge country. Some associations are more active in one region, some in another. Abrint and Abranet, their aim is to be present all around Brazil, but Abranet is more focused on content and finance, and Abrint is more focused on access. So these associations do not compete among themselves, so much so that in this case they signed this public note together. Well, for Abrint, besides signing the note, we filed a formal complaint at Anatel asking them to change the decision, to go back. This formal request is currently being assessed by Anatel. We haven't heard an answer from them yet, accepting it or denying it. If it's not accepted, Abrint already has a lawsuit to revert the process, and we believe this process was authoritarian and it goes against good governance principles. Abrint this year became a member of CITEL. CITEL is an organization for the Americas. So Abrint became a CITEL member. And with that, Abrint has made some comments. At CITEL, just last week, there was a meeting in Mexico, and Abrint introduced a proposal with 5 main points: immediate access to Wi-Fi in the lower bandwidth for outdoor and indoor use, because outdoor use in Brazil is still not regulated. Wi-Fi operations with low power in the whole 6 gigahertz bandwidth for indoor use, and with a technical reserve for IMT, while also preserving indoor Wi-Fi access. This is thinking of some solution similar to the one that the professor just explained. Number 4, secondary access with reviews every 2 years to adjust policies. It has happened in the past. There was a company, I think it was Embratel, if I'm not mistaken. They won the bidding process and they implemented several stations around Brazil. And for each station, they had 1 client, 2 clients. So frequency is used more as a means to hold the domain for one company and hindering another from using it, more than for providing services. We believe that these things we are attempting with Anatel, maybe in court, and also working at the Inter-American Telecommunication Commission from OAS, we believe that in this model allowed us to have more than 20,000 companies providing these services, internet access services. And that happened thanks to this model. We believe in a free, democratic internet that is useful to the population. In our mission statement, we say we want to represent and develop internet providers, and our vision is to be agents of transformation for Brazilian internet. So that was it from my end. Here you have my contact information. If you have any questions, you can contact me through WhatsApp or through email. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ok, Maia, muito obrigado pela apresentação.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. I have a couple of questions, and folks in the audience, if you also want to ask questions, feel free. Maia, I have a question connected to Wi-Fi bandwidth. Are there mobile devices in the 6G bandwidth? Are these devices available around the world? Are devices that can use this new bandwidth? Yes, they exist. This Samsung cell phone works with 6 giga. Yes, 6 gigahertz, right? 700 mega. Are there mobile devices working with services? Mobile services. Oh, you mean mobile services? No, no, not that I know of. I don't know if the professor here. Are there mobile services? You mean mobile services? Yes. For the 6 gigahertz. No. There's bandwidth above that, 28 gigahertz. Well, at least they were allocated. There were bidding processes, but it's not really been implemented. It's challenging to implement it. 6 gigahertz, no. There's a lot of debate on the evolution of 5G, so that we have bandwidth between 7 and 15. But no, precisely because this bandwidth already has many licensed users. This is something that Anatel will have to clarify. What are they going to do with the incumbents that provide 6 gigahertz services? This is not clear yet. The solution that I presented is one possibility to tackle this coexistence factor. What are they going to do with the incumbents? It's not clear yet what Anatel is going to do. Yes, because mobile services, maybe we need free bandwidth to do that. There's a question from the audience. Go ahead, please.
É uma pergunta para o professor Francisco e para
I
o
have a
Maia.
question for Professor Rodrigo and for Maia. Well, for Mr. Maia first. If it's not possible to change the Anatel decision, what is the B plan? Are providers going to skip directly to Wi-Fi 7? And for Professor Rodrigo, if we can skip directly to Wi-Fi 7, what are the technical challenges to make this technology more accessible without repeating past mistakes? Past mistakes led the 5 technology to take a while to be adopted. Well, regarding the B plan, there's no B plan. There's no B plan. We would have less powerful Wi-Fi if this decision prevails. As the professor showed him, in the bandwidth that is left, it only allows for one 320 megahertz channel, maybe 2, but they would interfere with each other. So in practical terms, it's only one channel. So Wi-Fi is not going to evolve like that, which is what even mobile users their methods to access these services. So no, unfortunately, there's no plan B. Regarding adoption, well, we know the cycle, right? You launch the technology, then you identify the demand, and you generate this virtuous cycle. Demand increases scale, scale reduces price, more adoption. So it's a journey, it's a process to increase broadband for many services. If you think of households, smart TV devices, a 4K video, it's a lot of content that takes a lot of bandwidth, and that requires an indoor Wi-Fi solution that has more bandwidth. So that would foster providers or incentivize providers to offer access points for Wi-Fi 7. And that would mean more traction for this technology, more adoption. There are other business models with Wi-Fi 7 outdoors. In large-scale situations, well, currently this is covered by mobile, right? But with high-power Wi-Fi 7 and a system like the one I described, there could be business models and use cases that are still not being explored today. And I think this could also boost the adoption of this technology. Good afternoon. I have two questions. Wi-Fi technology is becoming more modern year after year, day after day. So 4, 5, 6, now we're reaching 7. And today we have IoT. Everything is connected. People don't want cables anymore. Wi-Fi is very practical because it's mobile. We have a new technology that's called FWA. What is the impact of this technology using mobile data? It's very easy to move devices about with fixed wireless access, FWA. And second question, what is the impact of Wi-Fi 7 for devices? Is our country ready for this frequency? Do we have notebooks, TV sets, and devices capable of supporting that? Not all devices support 5G. We know that, right? Some devices don't support this technology. They have to use 4G.
Bom, são duas perguntas, né?
You have two questions, right? Well, FWA to me is not a competitor of Wi-Fi. It's a fixed bandwidth technology, although it's radio-based. So if you have FWA plus Wi-Fi 7, I believe they will supplement each other. And as I mentioned earlier, you also need to consider that everything starts with demand. I find it very convenient to have a central access point at my place with a high bandwidth, a good quality, little interference. So I have Wi-Fi 6, but I'm considering Wi-Fi 7. And soon, because there are 4 or 5 people at home, and this is our reality, right? Each one of us with our own screen and 4K. So you start to also realize that there are limitations of previous generations, and I don't want to have my entire home cable. So I believe that there is a demand, and the trend regarding bandwidth consumption is that naturally pieces of equipment will respond to this demand. And I believe that then the cost will also go down for consumers.
Eu tenho duas perguntas, uma
I
para
have
o
two
professor,
questions.
outra para
One
o Maia.
for
Então,
Professor
pergunta para o
Cavalcanti
professor.
and the other one for Maya.
Para
So,
entender
Professor,
melhor o funcionamento
in order to
prático do
understand
FC.
how AFC works. In the US, FCC is responsible for a table regarding fixed licenses. But if I understood you correctly, I don't know if for this bandwidth, but it seems that this frequency is now operational. Who is running that? Private organizations or different organizations competing against each other? So this is my first question. And my question to Maya is the following. Both Professor Cavalcante and you mentioned the 320 gigahertz channel. My impression about it is that it looks great, journalists will be happy, it's nice for you to have it listed in your piece of equipment, but let's talk about a specific use of such broad channel. I believe it will be very few, right? You mentioned Wi-Fi 7 for events. And I believe that that is going to be very useful. I don't remember which one of you mentioned that, but you mentioned Wi-Fi 7 for serving events. And then you can have several ranges, right, of 80 megahertz. So you can hold an event with different cells, serving a high density of users, of people. But what I have heard from providers is that perhaps we can go back to using radios, perhaps to serve some municipalities in which you don't have some other technologies available, or as a supplement to fiber optic use. So is that being now discussed by ABRINT members? So the possibility of using radio frequency, especially considering that we will have room for that, and then to serve some municipalities that do not have a optic fiber yet. Thank you for your question, Moreira. It's important to address how the system operates. So in the US, FCC is responsible for the database of incumbents, and it's also responsible for certification of pieces of equipment, access points,
a lógica lá é lógica de mercado.
radio
Então, o mercado
equipment,
está aberto para
and the
provedores
market
de
is
sistemas
open
AFC.
to
Então, não é um único provedor, não é a AFC. A AFC abre o mercado, ela certifica
so it's not a single provider. FCC opens the market and certifies,
a operarem em competição,
approves
tá?
providers
então, nesse momento, por exemplo,
of
a
AFC systems to operate
de
in
telecomunicações. A Qualcomm lançou
free
sistema
market.
completo que foi autorizado pela
So,
FCC.
for example, complete
tem equipamento de
system,
rádio e tem base de dados.
you have a company that
Lá tem
provides
uma associação
radio
que talvez seja equivalente à
systems
Print
and
aqui,
also
chamada
a database. There is an association,
Broadband Alliance.
World
Essa não
Broadband
fabrica equipamento, mas ela
Alliance.
lançou
Well, they
só
do
o
not
sistema do ponto de
manufacture
vista da
pieces
base
of
de dados,
equipment,
né?
but they
inclusive,
do have
juntamente com a Cisco, eles estão propondo protocolo
system,
aberto, open
a
source,
system
para
of database,
facilitar
and they're working
uma
together with
espécie de
Cisco
ecossistema de dispositivos,
in
né?
order to
Então,
develop
aberto para
a
o
device
mercado, tá?
ecosystem.
Podem ter
So
vários
it's open for the
provedores, a
market.
FCC
You can
atua
have different
certificando e
providers,
autorizando. Então, ela
and
tem uma espécie de
FCC
papel
certifies and
regulador, como deveria
approves.
ser,
So they
para que
play
quem
the
entrar
role
nesse
of a
mercado
regulatory agency.
respeite
So
lá
any
os
company
requisitos, né, que
going
estão
to this
no
market should
regulamento.
respect the requirements that are
Bem,
set over
sobre
there.
esse uso dos canais aí,
About the use
uso dessa faixa de frequências
of the
em ambiente outdoor, eu
radio
particularmente
frequency
não
in
vejo isso
outdoor
acontecer
environment,
nos moldes que aconteceu no passado do
I
provedor
don't
a
see
rádio.
that happening as it
Isso eu
did in the
acredito que vai
past when you
acontecer, pelo menos
think
por parte dos
about the
pequenos
radio.
SPs em ambientes
Perhaps
urbanos,
that's
onde
going
já
to
tem
happen
fibra
in
e tudo
urban
quanto é posto,
areas
né?
where you have
Então, mas
fiber,
vejo algumas
optic
aplicações
fiber everywhere.
rurais
but I can see that being used in some rural areas, and that can be really interesting. So I believe that that is possible. Now, if you allow me to add a comment, I'd like to talk about the Internet Forum that was held in Salvador last week. I scanned the network at the hotel and I realized that the hotel had one AP per apartment. It worked. And probably there were not many people, right, complaining. You do not go to a hotel to download a high bandwidth. No, probably just want your WhatsApp to work, right? And perhaps you would have interference from one channel to the other, so from apartment to another apartment. So perhaps the hotel is investing a great deal, right? But no, they just had this AP and that solved the problem. Everybody was being able to have internet access. So I believe that this, when you talk about applications, right, it depends on the environment and what you're doing. Okay, we have a question online from Ramiro Souza. Wi-Fi 7, will that require new routers and devices? And what's going to happen to current devices? Can you please repeat the question? Yes. Will Wi-Fi 7 require new routers and devices? And what's going to happen to current devices, current pieces of equipment? Well, we do have routers for Wi-Fi 7. And we also have the old Wi-Fi 7, but now the current ones are being approved just for a narrower bandwidth. And we already have that on the market. So just as anything, I believe that the old ones will be phased out. So just to add, all Wi-Fi technologies, so first of all, they should meet the requirements of the previous ones. So we're not saying that Wi-Fi 7 will actually put an end to Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 5. They will coexist. So they are compatible. So you can keep on using older devices. Felix Simba. I have a question actually about the market embracing it, and the Chinese market is key. I don't see them adopting what the FCC is proposing. Are you talking about bandwidth reserve? Well, in China, everything goes to mobile services, everything, 6 giga. So this is the scenario we don't want to see here in Brazil. We don't have any other questions. So with that, let's close this panel. So Professor Rodrigo, thank you so much. Your final remarks. Well, I'd like to thank Nick and CGI for the invitation and for the opportunity to do research on this field. I'd like to also thank my students who helped me in carrying out research at the university. So curious people that are supporting Brazil in mastering these new telecom technologies and to also make us an important player in this field. Maya, well, I'd like to start by thanking CGI and Nick, and to thank you all for joining us this afternoon. Just as I mentioned at the very beginning, Brazilian internet is now being attacked, and we need to be alert. We need really to fight back against this attempt to ruin the current model, which is one of the best worldwide. So I find this kind of meeting very important so that we can openly exchange ideas and to raise awareness. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Rodrigo. and Maya.
Nossa palestra está encerrada.
So with that, we close this panel. Thank you very much.
Então, obrigado ao Wagner Maia, ao professor Rodrigo,
Thank
Gilberto,
you, Wagner, Maya, Rodrigo, and
pelo
Gilberto
painel.
for the last
Vamos agora
panel.
para a
And now,
palestra sobre a Política Nacional de Cabos
let's
Submarinos
move
do
to
Ministério
the
das
National Submarine
Comunicações.
Cable
Para
Policy of
isso,
the
eu
Brazilian
convido
Ministry
o
of
Jordan
Communications.
Silva de
I'd like
Paiva,
to
do
invite
Ministério,
Jordan Silva de
para vir ao
Paiva from
palco
the
aqui
Ministry of
e fazer a sua
Communications
apresentação.
to come up here and start his presentation.
Vai para baixo. Ok. Obrigado, Moreiras.
Thank you,
Agradecer
Moreira.
a oportunidade do convite do Nick, tá?
I'd like to thank Nick for
tentar me
this
apresentar.
invitation.
Meu nome é Jordan.
So
eu
I'm
sou
Jordan.
cearense, tá? Eu vou
I'm
falar mal
from the
aqui de
state
Cabo,
of
não,
Ceará.
porque não
I
vai dar
am
certo.
not
Então é
here
o seguinte, eu sou diretor
to
de projetos de
bash
infraestrutura
cables.
e
So
inclusão
I
digital
am the
da
director
Secretaria
of
de Telecomunicações do
infrastructure
Ministério
and
das
inclusion,
Comunicações, tá?
digital inclusion projects
Ministério
from
das
the
Comunicações, não
Secretariat
apenas
of Telecommunications and the
de
Ministry
serviços.
of
Então vamos lá.
Communications.
Para iniciar, em
So
relação
let me
ao
start.
Ministério das Comunicações,
As
a
for
gente
the
fez,
Ministry of
a gente
Communications,
tem o panorama e a gente utiliza essa
this
cadeia de
is
valor de
an overview
conectividade, tá?
of
Então
our
existe uma
value chain of connectivity.
primeira noção do que é infraestrutura,
So first,
que
we
envolve
need to understand
os fornecedores de
infrastructure,
equipamentos, provedores de
involving
infraestrutura,
equipment
provedores de conexão e data
providers,
center. Data center é
infrastructure
considerado
providers,
infraestrutura de
internet
telecomunicações,
providers,
tá?
and data centers.
Depois você vem para as
Data
plataformas que
centers
utilizam essa
is
infraestrutura,
considered a telecom
plataformas
infrastructure.
digitais como
Then we have the
marketplaces,
platforms that
redes
use
sociais,
these
de
infrastructures,
transporte,
such as
99,
digital
Uber, etc.
platforms, marketplaces,
E em cima dessas plataformas
some
são fornecidos
platforms,
serviços,
transportation
no
platforms
caso,
such as
serviços de
Uber and
conteúdos,
others. We also have
serviços
a
digitais,
content
de streaming,
services,
armazenamento,
digital streaming
e-mail
services,
e até
storage,
serviço público,
email,
o
and
Gov.br, por
even
exemplo. Tá?
public services such as
Então, a ideia
gov.br.
aqui é a gente
So the
abordar
idea
estritamente a questão de provedores de
is to
infraestrutura
focus
e de
on
cabos
infrastructure
submarinos,
providers
incluído nesse
and
ambiente que a gente
submarine
chama
cables
da cadeia de valor da conectividade.
that are
Tá?
part of our
Basicamente,
connectivity value chain.
é consenso a
So
questão de que
there is
infraestrutura, né,
consensus that infrastructure,
telecomunicações seria basicamente a
well,
gente
in
atuar em cima de
telecommunications
infraestrutura.
means
Isso é
basically to
vamos dizer assim, há
manage
uma
and
certa
to
discussão.
handle
O Ministério das
infrastructure.
Comunicações está avaliando,
The
observando essa
Ministry of
cadeia de valor da
Communications is now
conectividade,
studying this
visando
value
uma
chain,
atualização em relação ao
targeting
papel
an
do Ministério das
update
Comunicações.
of
Tá?
the role played by the
Então, vamos
Ministry
lá.
of Communications.
Ontem foi comentado, falando de infraestrutura, ontem foi
Yesterday,
falado do projeto Norte Conectado,
we heard
que
about
envolve
the
o programa
project
Amazônia
Norte
Conectada do
Conectado,
Exército,
which
que a gente chama de
involves
PAC,
one from the Army called
e o programa
PAC,
Amazônia Integrado e
and
Sustentável, que a
also
gente chama de
Amazônia
PAIS.
Integrado and
E o Grisende
Sustentável
ontem estava sempre
called
falando de infovias, mas aí
PAS.
faltou esse diagrama
They also
para a gente
talked about
entender
the InfoVias project,
vamos dizer assim, esse grande projeto de conectividade chamado Norte
but
Conectado.
we need to understand this major
Esse
broad
projeto está segmentado em
project
diversas
called Norte
infovias e
Conectado or
utiliza, claro,
Connected North.
o suporte dos
It
rios
is based on the support of the rivers in the Amazon region. We know that we don't have transportation infrastructure in this region except for the rivers that are used. And they are used also to support submarine cables. In this case, in the river. So we use resources coming from the Ministry of Communications and also from the previous Ministry of Commerce, Technology, and Innovation. So Infovia tapped on the resources of the 4G auction and the others from the auction of the 5G auction. So resources coming from 5G auction, they totaled approximately 1.3 billion Brazilian reals. When you go over this, you will see that there is a digital path from Tabatinga more towards the west to Belém. So when you think about connecting the Amazon out of Belém and also out of Tabatinga, and you can have access to connectivity via the Pacific. Same for the one in Boa Vista, which is also connected via Venezuela or by the Guianas. Georgetown. So there are some challenges, but anything is possible. Now, as for Rio Branco and Porto Velho, there will be connectivity with the national network, which will allow us to integrate the northern part of Brazil. So the use of optic fibers is very adequate whenever you have a concentration of inhabitants. In the northern region, except for the main capitals, we have approximately 5 inhabitants per square kilometer. And then we need to consider the best solutions for this type of populational distribution. And that's why we also have public policies regarding the use of satellites, so that we can reach these more isolated populations. So here we have some numbers. So for this project, we are serving 59 municipalities. And you can see that we have an impact on 10 million people, right? 12,000 kilometers of cable under the river and 68 million trees that have been preserved since we are now using the rivers. So we don't need to deforest this region, okay?
So public policies define that services will be provided for schools, hospitals, city halls, and we provide connectivity for these public institutions. I thought it was important to mention that as a project director, this type of public policy lies under my umbrella. The Ministry of Communications has the national policy for submarine cables. We were going to call it underwater cables, but when we draw a correlation with other public policies, we thought that submarine cables was a more appropriate term. Submarine cables are the backbone for global communications. You can use what we call confined means, which is optic fiber, or non-confined medium, radio, microwave, satellite. and these represent 10% of communications. So 90% of data transmission uses what we called confined medium, or optic fiber. So this is critical infrastructure. We have the National Committee for the Security of Critical Infrastructure. And this committee looks carefully at submarine cables. Currently in Brazil, we have 16 active cable systems in our country. Fortaleza is a major hub. Then we have Rio, Santos, Salvador, and Praia Grande. These are other spots where these cables are anchored, as we say. We map risks, of course. Anatel actually maps risks. Again, this is a critical infrastructure, so risks have to be mapped. We published a national policy for submarine cables. This is key to strengthen Brazil's interconnectivity, also to increase the security in telecom, and we also want to attract more investment in infrastructure. Submarine cables are connected to data centers, closely connected. We need to align the data center policy with the submarine cable policy. On the one hand, you have connectivity infrastructure, and on the other side, you have data processing infrastructure. That allows us to improve the experience in these services. It reduces latency, it improves performance, and this is also connected to the security and digital sovereignty of information. Information is going to be used in Brazil, they're going to circulate around Brazil, and they're going to be provided for users in Brazil. I'm going to take a sip of water, if you allow me.
Desculpe, então. Voltando, essa política, né, a Secretaria de Telecomunicações pretende formular.
The Telecommunications Department is going to create a national policy for submarine cables. This initiative is connected to the federal government, to the Ministry of Communication, and the goal is to strengthen the national infrastructure. We already have macro guidelines to define this national policy, but now we want to open the debate for society, for stakeholders, and we have three main goals with that. Collecting information, so, listening to society's needs, also making the best use of these measures to install submarine cables along the Brazilian coastline, and fostering the use of other anchorage points besides the ones that are already used. And we say incentivize here. We want to incentivize the use of other points. We don't want to forbid anyone to use the existing points. We want to give people more options. That's the goal of the policy. Well, as I said, we want to collect information, and we have some main pillars here. Location, this is important, where should we incentivize? Then we have governance. How do we manage the infrastructure? Most of all, considering it's critical. What incentives should be provided? A sustainability criteria for the installation of the cables. Security, resilience, and training. Then we have political matters involved, of course. We need cooperation between federal, state, and international governments and bodies, because there are regulatory challenges. So we must take that into account as well. And if we want to incentivize, of course, we need funding, credit lines, technology exchange, tax incentives. So we have these pillars, location governance. We want to listen to society's opinions in that regard. So when we launch a public policy for submarine cables, we need to look at other policies, existing policies. We have a program called Connected North, Norte Conectado. It's for the Brazilian North, and of course, Belém, in the north of Brazil, has an incentive for submarine cables so that we avoid terrestrial infrastructures to move that demand. We want to have an exit point through submarine cables. So we connect the Connected North policy, we have the data center policy, and the submarine cable policy, and we want everything to be aligned. Resilience is also important. All anchorage points in Brazil currently are in the Atlantic Ocean. But now with this policy and with the Connected North program, we can sign cooperation agreements with LATAM countries that have Pacific coastline. This increases resilience, and it gives us more bargaining power with providers. So that would give us a more resilient and competitive system. The policy has also to be aligned with incentives to modernize and implement data centers. The cable by itself, it will only add value when connected to processing, storage, and interconnection infrastructure. And we must look at this picture broadly, of course. We have some existing policies, the North Connectivity Policy, submarine cable, data center, as I mentioned. And we need synergy between all these policies. The goal is to maximize returns. Whenever we implement social policy, we need to obtain return, social return, development return. That leads to an integrated environment, global competitiveness. And of course, we want digital sovereignty regarding our data, or the data that we produce. I want to leave some time for questions, but let me tell you what we've done at the Ministry of Communication. We've held several technical meetings with different government bodies, Finance Ministry, Telecoms Ministry, Defense Ministry. We want this policy to be more encompassing, and we've also held meetings with the private sector. We want to understand the perspectives for the use of submarine cables in the Brazilian coastal area. What is necessary? At our ministry, we see many projects connecting the Brazilian coast. But there is always a but. But something is lacking. but we need funding, but we need the economic feasibility study, or we need a more elaborate routing plan. So sometimes it's a matter of surveying the area. And it is important to hear private players. We want to understand what incentives can public policies provide. In May, the Ministry of Communications launched a process. The goal is to listen to society and to the market. In June and July, we will analyze all the contributions received, and then we will design a proposal. The proposal will be assessed by an intergovernment panel, and starting in late July or August, we want to make the final proposal public, a proposal for a public policy for submarine cables, encompassing all these pillars. So that was my contribution for today. That's what I wanted to share with you. I know this is not a technical topic. Maybe it's not very, it's not technical. I didn't show any formulas here, but this policy will bring infrastructure development, and it will have a direct impact in the players who are here present at this event today. So that's what I had for today. We have a couple of minutes left for questions, and I am available to clarify. Thank you.
Posso? Boa tarde. Obrigado pela
Hello, good
apresentação.
afternoon. Thank you for your presentation.
Eu sei que é tema correlato, assim, vizinho ao que você nos apresentou.
I am going to piggyback on what you just said. This is a very important topic, and I wanted to share with you a pain point that I had when I visited an industry that produces riverbed cables, and we lost talent from this company, and this talent actually left Brazil to go abroad. It was a very interesting Brazilian company that was producing riverbed cables. We don't have also a vessel, a Brazilian vessel, to repair cables. We need to wait for vessels from other countries to help us when needed. Is it possible to support our national industry for riverbed cables so that we recover the industry that we had? And our naval industry, are there incentives for vessels that provide maintenance for these cables? Thank you. Yes, these are huge challenges that you mentioned. We have a policy for the national industry for the production of submarine cables, and that encompasses riverbed cables. They're very similar, although there are differences, of course. So yes, there is public policy for that, but that doesn't lie under the Ministry of Communications. It involves data center, it involves our national industry, so we have to talk to the Ministry of Development, Communications, and Technology.
Que é o vice-presidente, que ele é o ministro, tá? Então envolve essa parte. Em relação à parte de recuperação de cabos submarinos.
So concerning vessels to do the maintenance of cables, this is a capital-intensive industry, right? It takes a lot of investment. And that's why we have few players around the world that do that. One vessel here, another vessel there, and they're very specialized. When it comes to seabed cables, or riverbeds rather, riverbed cables. There are 2 or 3 companies that do that, but we want more. We want to bring innovation. It's very different to work with a transatlantic submarine cable. Events usually take place close to coastal areas, not at the seabed. Whereas in riverbed cables, depending on the river, we might have different issues. We have many rivers in Brazil, of course, and rivers are just like our children. They have different personalities. I'll give you one example. The Solimões River, from the Brazilian border with Peru and Colombia, and it reaches Rio Negro, right? This river is a very intense river with rapids. Volumes of water are very high, and it moves the earth around it. So this stretch between Manaus and Tefé, there are lots of interruptions here. But if you look at the Belém-Macapá stretch, rear, it's very stable. The problem there is that we don't have, is that we have many vessels, and vessels throw their anchors and they don't look at the charts. They don't look at the charts and they don't see where they should set the anchors. Then we have the Madeira River, and Maicon commented on that. We have some innovations. It's a winding river, a river with many bends, and at every cycle, it becomes more and more stable. The problem is not the height. The problem is Earth moving. Sometimes you have 10 meters, and then you have 20 meters. Cables might be exposed depending on the volume. One of the ways to improve the resilience of the infrastructure of the subsea cables is to do the preventive maintenance. You have an appropriate structure of barges. We want to see where it is. I visited a Peruvian company that does that.
O contratual é de 13 dias. Na Amazônia peruana, eles conseguem.
In the Peruvian Amazon region, they can do in 2 days what our contracts take 13 days to do. So there are solutions, there are technologies that allow us to do that in Brazil. And we want to develop the cable recovery industry. We have modern technologies to do that. You can use radio frequency, for instance, to protect the metallic part of cables. And you can use sensors, specific sensors, that allow you to identify where the cable is exactly. Because when these cables are laid, you have specific routes, but in Amazon rivers, these cables move about. So you start on the right bank, but the cables move. And we need to identify its exact location on the riverbed. Currently, you have probes that allow you to understand what is the riverbed like. Is it rocks? Is it mud? It has an impact, right, on the cable you should use. Why is the cable breaking? Is it twisting? Is it wear? With that, we can identify the best methodology to recover the cable. So as to your question, the industry Well, we need to work with different stakeholders of the government. This riverbed cable infrastructure, cables are not what we call a reversible asset. If you try to turn a cable into an asset, you can't do it. It's a consumption good. A riverbed cable, it's a consumption good. If it's interrupted, you can recover, I don't know, 80 kilometers, 20 kilometers. So when maintenance takes place, we need to replace them for cables that are more appropriate for specific stretches. And you do that as you develop the national technology.
I don't know if my answer was too long, but we could hold just a specific seminar just on submarine cables. But the good news is that to the Ministry of Communications, this is a project that integrates, it promotes development and social inclusion of 10 million people. And some cities that are being served by Infovias, they present competitive prices, 500 megabits per second, 150 Brazilian reals in the Amazon. This is what we find here in Fortaleza, in Brasilia. If you have any other questions, I'm available and happy to entertain them. Thank you.
Todo mundo tirou sozinho, agora vai ser diferente? Vamos tirar uma coisa. Gente, estamos ficando especialistas na região norte, em Manaus, certo?
We are now becoming specialists in the northern region. We just need to be prepared for the hot weather over there. So now let's break for coffee, 30 minutes, okay? So for those of you who are with us online, we'll be back in 30 minutes and we'll be back using the same link. All right. So please take advantage of our break to talk to our sponsors and also to exchange information between yourselves.
oi, dois, e voz, oi, dois, voz, e a, oi, dois, e. E, dois, e voz, e a, oi, voz, oi. E voz, voz, a, dois, voz, a, voz, dois, voz, a, oi. E voz, 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 a, oi, dois, voz, a, oi, voz, dois, a, oi, dois, a, oi. E, voz, a, voz, dois, voz, a, dois, voz, a, oi, dois, a, oi, voz, 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 a, oi, dois, voz, voz,
Bom, boa tarde novamente. Estamos retornando agora
Good
do
afternoon,
coffee break.
everyone.
Tá?
So let's
E o
resume
pessoal que está
our
assistindo aí
afternoon session.
online, por
For those of
favor,
you who are
dê um
following us
feedback de
online,
como
please
está a imagem,
give us
como
your
está o
feedback
som, a
about
voz. Tem gente
the
perguntando aí que não
audio
recebeu o link
and
para
also
confirmar a
video.
presença de hoje, somente de
Some of you
ontem.
are
Seria o
saying that
mesmo?
did not
Sim, seria o
receive the
mesmo.
link
É o mesmo link, vocês
to
receberam um
confirm
link só
your
de confirmação que
participation.
vale para os
You
2
should have
dias.
received
Tá?
just
Então,
one
quem já
link,
confirmou a presença do
and
pessoal que
that
está
is
online,
for you to use
está
both
confirmado e
days.
vai ter o
Okay?
certificado
And
disponível.
we will
O
provide
pessoal
you
que está
a
online está dizendo que
certificate
sim,
of
está tudo
attendance.
certo.
Well, those
Bastante
of
gente
us
aqui, se o
online
meu
are
número que está
telling us
certo
that
está aqui, quase 100
everything is
pessoas
working as it
aguardando a sua
should.
palestra, Pupim. Então
And
vamos chamar
now
o
let's
Luiz
move
Pupim
forward
para
with
fazer a
Luis
palestra
Pupin.
Migrando
He will
VPN
talk to
para
us about
EVPN. Luiz Pupim
migrating
da
VPN
Made4IT.
to EVPN. And Luis Pupin is from Made4IT.
Para baixo, tá?
É para baixo.
Não é muito...
Não é intuitivo, né? Bom, boa tarde, pessoal.
Hello, good
Agradeço
afternoon,
a equipe do
everyone.
NIC por
I'd like to
mais uma
thank the
apresentação com vocês.
NIC team for giving me the
Espero
opportunity
conseguir
to
passar
come here
algum
and to
recado,
talk to you once
passar algum
again.
conhecimento.
I hope I can
Hoje o
share some
tema,
knowledge
ontem me
with you.
assustou quando eu vi a apresentação do
Well,
Fábio, eu falei, só falta o Fábio
yesterday,
falar tudo que eu
when
vou
I
falar na
saw
minha no dia
Fabio's
seguinte, né?
presentation, I was
Mas
scared that
ele
he
falou do segment route e no
was going
finalzinho
to
ele
address
falou sobre como está o
everything that
processo de
I'm
migração
going to talk
de
to about
VPN, de
today.
L2
But he
VPN no
talked
caso do
about
IX para
the
eVPN. Essa
just about
apresentação vocês vão
how
ver no
the
final,
process
tem
of
um QR
migrating
Code
from
para vocês
VPN to
acessarem um
L2
e-book que foi
VPN.
lançado
Well,
exatamente com
this
esse
is a link
conteúdo.
for you to
E aí
have
nesse
access
e-book,
to an ebook.
o e-book está em inglês, mas aí hoje com
Ebook
chat tudo
is
traduz
in
muito
English,
fácil
but
para quem
today
tem alguma
ChatGPT can
dificuldade.
help us in
Ele vai
translating it
falar
or
dos
most
3
of it.
tipos, né? VPWS, VPLS
And we have the three
L3
types,
VPN,
right?
como que é feito o processo.
The
Na apresentação eu vou só
VPWS,
resumir para a
VPLS,
gente
and
caber em
L3
40 minutos
VPN.
aqui
And
e
now I
ter
have
ainda algum
40
tempo de
minutes to
perguntas.
talk to you, and then I
Antes
will
de começar, para
also
quem não me conhece, sou
give you
Luiz
some
Pupim.
time for the
Hoje eu
Q&A.
estou
So
como
I'm
head
Luiz
de
Pupin.
parcerias e
Today
de
I
treinamento na
am the
Made for
head of
It. A
partnerships
Made for It
and
também tem a
training
Made for Study, que
at
é
Made
o
for It.
braço de ensino, o braço de escola.
We
E nós,
also
a Made
have
for It é uma
Made for
consultoria
Study, which
para
is the
provedores. A gente
education
hoje
arm of
atende
Made for
12
It.
países além
It's
do Brasil
a consulting
com
company.
provedores de internet.
We serve 12 countries
Bom, na
besides
agenda a gente vai
Brazil,
falar
working with
pouquinho
internet
do contexto da
providers.
motivação, falar
So
pouco
I'm
dos
going to give
problemas
you an overview
enfrentados,
and motivation for
os desafios,
eVPN.
né,
I'm
das
going to
VPNs
talk to you about
tradicionais,
the
os
challenges of
benefícios
traditional
técnicos que você vai
VPNs,
alcançar com a eVPN,
technical
opções de
benefits
evolução,
promoted by
como os 2
eVPN.
métodos de evolução que a
Also,
gente
we are
tem,
going
a
to discuss
integração
the
e
two
internet
options,
working,
integration
e falar
and
pouquinho do futuro
interworking.
e das
And
conclusões.
finally, I'm going to talk to you about the future
Quais são
and
os problemas
conclusions.
hoje que a gente
So
enfrenta
which are
nas
the
redes
current
atuais?
challenges with the
Primeiro,
current
limitações
networks?
de
First,
IPv4, a expansão do 5G e
IPv4
cloud
limitations, the
nas redes
expansion of
atuais, né? Não
5G and
necessariamente nas
cloud.
VPNs. Hoje a gente
Not
tem aí,
necessarily
todos
on
conhecem
VPNs.
todas as
As you all
limitações que a
know,
gente sofre com as nossas redes tradicionais, com o
today we face
MPLS,
some
todos
challenges
os
with
problemas que as novas
VPWS
tecnologias estão vindo
and
para solucionar.
also
E as VPNs
technologies that
tradicionais
are
que a
emerging
gente
in
usa
order to
comumente,
help us.
VPWS,
And the
VPLS
traditional
e L3
VPNs, once
VPN,
again,
que também tem diversos problemas. A
VPWS,
gente vai ver no slide à
VPLS,
frente.
and
Eles têm
L3
problemas de
VPN.
balanceamento de carga, broadcast
We
ARP,
have
excesso de
issues
broadcast na
in
rede,
order to broadcast.
diversas
There is
limitações que as
over
L2 VPNs
broadcasting
e as L3 VPNs
and
acabam trazendo
the
para a nossa rede. Eu gosto de dizer o seguinte:
current VPNs
as VPNs foram
are
desenvolvidas em cima do MPLS. O MPLS é
working
um
in order
protocolo
to
de
handle that.
1997.
And we also need
Como que
to
a gente lá naquela época
remember
ia prever
that
tudo o que as nossas redes
VPLS
hoje
is the
precisam?
protocol from
Toda a evolução que a gente tem,
1997.
todo o
It was
volume de
impossible for
tráfego,
us to
não tinha como ser
foresee
previsto
the
naquela época.
high
Então,
traffic
não é que o
volume we
MPLS
have
seja
today.
ruim, só
It
que o
does not
MPLS
mean
hoje
that
não atende
VPLS
plenamente
is
mais
bad, but
às
it's not
necessidades das redes,
being able to
às
meet our
necessidades de
current
tráfego, às
needs,
necessidades de tecnologia.
especially
E é
with regard
natural que
to
aconteça uma
our
substituição.
technology
O
needs and
MPLS você
traffic
tem
needs.
para algumas soluções segment routing, você tem VXLAN, você tem
We
outras
have
ideias
also
de migração.
segment routing, we
E as
have a
L2 VPN
VXLAN,
também, as L2, L3
and
VPN também têm as
L3
suas
VPN,
evoluções e o EVPN
and
vem para atender essas
they have
evoluções.
also evolved, and that's why we have now
Qual foi
eVPN.
o surgimento do EVPN? A ideia
How
do
did
EVPN veio
eVPN come about?
junto com a separação dos
It
planos de
started
dados
with
e
the
de controle.
separation
Tá?
of
Então, toda aquela
data
substituição de
plans and
forward plane e data
control
plane,
plans.
a EVPN vem para atender
eVPN
essa separação. Mais à frente eu vou
will
mostrar, a
meet
EVPN,
this
ela
separation,
tende a ser a
and
solução
eVPN
universal para
tends to
qualquer
be a
plano de
universal
encaminhamento.
solution for
Então, eu vou
any
ter
of these
EVPN
plans. So we
usando
will have
segment routing embaixo.
eVPN
Eu vou ter
using
EVPN
segment
usando
routing
VXLAN embaixo.
and also
Eu tenho EVPN usando
VXLAN,
SD-WAN embaixo.
or
No
even
plano de
using
encaminhamento, IPsec com
SD-WAN.
GRE. E a EVPN está
And
por
we
cima
also
sinalizando isso.
have
Então, eu brinco,
IPsec with GRE,
principalmente no treinamento de
and
HCI, que é onde a
VPN
gente vê
also
EVPN,
managing
eu
that.
brinco com os alunos que é
So
o
during
seguinte,
my training,
a EVPN vai ser mais
I say
importante
that
para a gente
eVPN
entender
will
o funcionamento
be
do que
more
necessariamente
important for
os
us to
planos de encaminhamento.
understand how
Porque o
things
plano de
work
encaminhamento, todos eles vão
rather
usar a EVPN.
than
Então, eu vou
having
falar num data center.
also the
Eu vou usar o
plans
encaminhamento
for
VXLAN. A EVPN vai estar em
forwarding
cima.
or
Eu
the
vou
how
falar
we
num
use
provedor.
VXLAN.
Vai usar
Or
segment
if we
routing ou
talk about,
MPLS
for
ou
example,
segment routing
provider,
V6.
we
Ele
will
vai estar
have
com a
a
EVPN em cima. Eu vou falar
segment
SD-WAN,
routing
mas
MPLS or
IPsec
segment
VPN
routing
com GRE.
V6.
Vai ter
Or
a EVPN
you
por
will
cima
also have
falando isso aí também.
SD-WAN together with, for example, GRE, EVPN.
Quais são os grandes desafios que a gente
So
enfrenta?
which are the major
Primeiro, nas
challenges that we are
L2
facing?
Tanto
First,
faz
L2
VPWS ou
VPNs.
VPLS,
Doesn't matter if it's
a gente tem
VPWS or
problema do
VPLS.
single active.
We
Então,
have
se eu quero
the
dupla
single active
abordagem,
access.
nas
So
L2
if you want
VPNs,
a
eu
double
vou ter
approach,
ativo
so you will
e
have one
standby.
that's active and
Eu
one
tenho
on
que
standby.
esperar o ativo
So
cair
you will
para
have
o
to
standby
wait for
atender.
the active to
Então,
go
eu tenho
down
links
so that the
ociosos.
standby
Para que eu tenha link
will
redundante, eu tenho link
be
ocioso.
operational. So you will
E outra,
always have
essa
one that is
detecção de
idle.
queda é lenta.
And it takes
Porque
a
normalmente
while
essa
for
detecção de queda ou eu vou
detecting
fazer
that one was
através
down.
do MPLS,
That will
mas ele vai
happen
detectar
via
que caiu o CPE,
MPLS,
e
but
nem
it
sempre
will
o
then
CPE cai.
detect
Às
that
vezes,
the CPE is down, but
eu
that's
não
not
caí a
always the case.
interface, eu tenho que botar ainda um BFD para detectar isso.
Sometimes you
Então, eu tenho
also
algumas
need
limitações para detectar esse ativo passivo
ABFD
também.
for detecting
Outra coisa
that.
é o full mesh dos PWs.
And we also have
Toda
the
L2
full
VPN vai estabelecer um
mesh
PW de uma ponta para
of
outra,
the
um pseudo-wiring,
PWs.
túnel de uma ponta para outra.
So
E
it's
aí eu
like a
tenho
tunnel
full
from
mesh
one
disso
end
aí.
to the other.
Claro, a gente
So we
consegue
have the full
minimizar
mesh.
esse full mesh
Of course, we can
usando o método
mitigate
Compela com
that
BGP, mas mesmo
using
assim a gente
BGP,
tem essa
but
característica nas L2.
we still
E
have
outra,
this feature on
as
L2.
L2 VPN
And
continuam usando
L2
o aprendizado de
VPNs
MAC via flooding,
are still
igualzinho é no switch.
using
Eu brinco também
flooding,
nos meus treinamentos
just
que eu
as
digo
when we had
que
the switch.
para os
So
alunos,
during my
o
training
que é a
sessions, I tell my
VPLS?
students
Eu
that
finjo ter um switch
VPLS is
virtual,
like
eu finjo que eu
pretending that you
comprei um
have a
switch,
virtual
botei no rack
switch
e puxei um
and you have
cabo
that
de
on your
cada
rack, and then you
dos
have a
POPs do meu
cable
cliente, espetei nesse switch.
out
A
of
VPLS
the
finge ser isso.
population
Então, o
of your
comportamento
customer.
dela é o mesmo.
So
Faz flooding para
it
aprender MAC,
behaves
faz broadcast dos
likewise,
pacotes que ela
right?
não
So you
conhece.
have a
E
broadcast of
isso
the
aí, quando a
unknown
gente joga para o
packages.
backbone,
And when
antigamente
you have
funcionava
that
muito
on
bem,
your
mas hoje,
backbone,
com o
it
volume de
used
tráfego
to
que a
work
gente tem,
very
começa a
well.
nos trazer
But
problemas.
today, with the current volume, traffic volume, we start to see
Detecção lenta,
problems.
desperdício de banda por isso.
So
E na L3
it is too
VPN,
slow and
eu
it's a
tenho
waste of
uma
bandwidth.
L3 VPN para
Now,
V4,
L3
outra
VPN,
L3 VPN para
you
V6.
have
Eu não
one
consigo integrar as L3
for
VPNs
V4
para que
and
elas
another
funcionem em
one
dual stack.
for
Eu
V6.
configuro lá o dual stack, mas
So
acaba
you
sendo
can
duas
configure
L3
that,
VPNs
but at
separadas.
the end of the day, you
Tá?
have two separate VPNs.
Qual é o grande benefício do
So
EVPN?
which would be the major
Primeiro,
benefits
o
given
all
by
active,
EVPN?
balanceamento de
First,
carga.
all
Eu
active
posso entregar
access,
dois
and you
links
have a
num CPE,
load balance.
chegando lá no CPE, e ele
You
vai
can
ficar
deliver
ativo-ativo.
two links at the
Ele vai
CPE, and
controlar esse
it
ativo-ativo,
will
ele
be
vai controlar o loop,
active.
que se eu entrego dois links, eu vou fechar o loop. E
So
ele vai
you will
controlar esse
be
loop
able to
sem
control
splitter,
a
vai
loop
controlar através do EVPN, através das
by
rotas
using
BGP,
EVPN,
não rotas, mas dos anúncios BGP que ele
by the
vai fazer.
announcements by EVPN.
Eu tenho controle do tráfego boom.
You will also be
Boom
able
é
to
aquele
control
tráfego,
the
broadcast,
bomb traffic,
unknown unicast e unknown multicast.
broadcast,
Todo
and
tráfego
unknown
broadcast,
multicast, and every
unicast
broadcast,
desconhecido e multicast
unknown
desconhecido,
unicast, and
como que
or
um switch
unknown
trata?
multicast.
Fazendo
How
flood.
does the switch manages
Nas L2
that?
VPN é a mesma coisa.
By
Na
having a
EVPN,
flow, a flood, rather.
se eu não
So,
configurar, como o Fábio mostrou ontem,
just as Fabio showed us
o
yesterday, in
proxy ARP e o
EVPN,
proxy ND, eu
if
vou
you
fazer
don't
o
have
flood.
a
Só
configuration of
que,
proxy
se eu
ARP
fizer o
and
flood
proxy
e
MD,
descobrir
you will
que
have
o
flood.
meu
But if you
destino está lá
have
no
flood,
PE3,
and
na
let's
hora que
say
o
that your
PE3 aprender
destination
aquele
is
MAC,
PA3,
ele
once
por BGP
PA3
ele
learns that
anuncia para
MAC,
todos os outros PEs
it will
e aí
then
eu não vou precisar fazer o
announce
flood
for
novamente quando eu
all
precisar falar para outro
the
PE.
others BPs,
Então,
and
quando
I
outro
won't
PE
need
não
to
souber para
do
onde,
flood again.
ele já vai ter aprendido por BGP, ele
So
não vai
it
precisar
will
fazer o
have
flooding
already
como é
learned
na L2 VPN
via
tradicional.
BGP.
Outro detalhe,
Another
como que
detail.
ele funciona, o ativo-ativo?
How does active work? It will elect one interface as the master of that active. And then, whenever there is a failure at one of the interfaces, it will send an announcement in order to delete the MAC table of all users, the link for that, link that failed. So, as you can see, the detection is much faster. Today on L2 VPN, we have to wait, right? And we send traffic to the wrong tunnel. But in eVPN, it's just a matter of updating BGP, detecting that it's down, and to clean the MAC, the BGP table. So MAC becomes a BGP route. Every MAC becomes a BGP route now. And that simplifies operations. That used to be the case when we had Compella on L2 VPN. But now with eVPN, it sends an announcement, a type 3, first of all, that you have a new DE, and second, if you have a domain of that ES1. So let me go over this diagram. Unfortunately, the pointer is not working, but on CE1, you can see we have ES1 and ES1 above. So to tell my VPN that I have redundant, I need both links to be in the same domain, in the same ES, as it's called. Then it will understand that in order to reach that CE, it can use both routes. We need to be careful. eVPN can be used on segment routing and also on VXLAN and also MPLS, but we need to be careful. We will have the balance issue that is presented by MPLS. So it will be able to control load on the control layer, but on the transport layer, we will see some issues regarding balance. So let's say if you have aggregation or anything on the way, we will see the issues that are intrinsic to MPLS transport. So I am saying that a VPN will solve that on VPN and layer 2, okay?
There's also quick conversion. We can update routes, and these routes are the BGP eVPN announcements. I can update the MAC table and the L3 routes in 50 milliseconds. It identifies the flaw and it sends this announcement to the whole network. There is a flaw, and the whole network will then correct the tables and use contingency alternatives. Here we compare eVPN versus traditional VPN. Scalability. Traditional VPN usually uses a full mesh of PWs, everyone connected to everyone, whereas with eVPN, we have the reflectors, or RRs, so that decreases the workload using the route reflector. We used to do that before with L2s, but most VPNs are used with LDP. This is something that sets it apart. Balancing. Traditional VPN, as I said, only active standby. With eVPN, we have the all active, regardless of the means of transportation. EVP1 can work in SD1. In an SD1, we can have 3 links, 5G, traditional internet, MPLS, and we balance the load between all of them. And this balancing act is done by the routing reflector. The RR commands the network. Protocols. Multiple protocols for VPN. L2 VPN, VPLS, L3 VPN. With eVPN, it's one single protocol, BGP, eVPN. That's all. It doesn't matter if it's layer 2, IPv4, IPv6. The protocol is the same. The settings and configurations are the same. Announcements are done regularly through the BGP announcements. Convergence. Traditional VPN, a couple of seconds, whereas with eVPN, we're talking about milliseconds. So it's much faster.
Mas tá bom. Eu já tenho uma rede inteira.
So fine. We have a network installed in L2 VPN or L3 VPN. How can we migrate the network? You can do it in 2 different ways. First one is integration. As Fabio said yesterday, at IX they are using this integration method. The same box that says L2 VPN on the one side will say VPN on the other. When you create the bridge domain in the box, L2 VPN finishes there and eVPN starts from there. And there is communication between both. We should use this for networks, non-hierarchical networks. Most providers in Brazil use non-hierarchical networks. What do I mean by that? If you've done training with me, it's a beautiful drawing of MPLS. You have core, aggregation, and access, right? It's a beautiful design, right? You've seen that from so many providers. We will only touch 1 out of 300, let's say. That's non-hierarchical networks. So people buy 1P and it turns into a P. It is a router that at some points is a P and in other moments works as a P. That's the reality we see. For this type of network, integration is the best method. You migrate from one device to another, and you migrate to a VPN, integrating the previous protocol with the new one. You don't have a conversion box. All boxes that are migrated undergo the same process. Advantages: well, 0 downtime. You don't have to stop your network. IX is a case in point. IX has migrated a lot to eVPN without any stoppages or any downtime. This is a node-by-node approach, little by little, device by device. That's how you migrate. Sorry, I'm clicking to the wrong side here. Anyway, in this diagram, you see P1, P3, P4 migrated to eVPN. So they speak eVPN among themselves. So this is a VPLS. PE2 was not migrated yet, and it speaks VPLS with the 3 other ones. And among these 3, they already speak eVPN. So it's a simpler migration method. The second method, well, that's for hierarchical networks. Again, with these beautiful diagrams core aggregation. It's our dream, right, to work with these networks. But it's just a dream. You know, it's only in the classroom, because then people forget it all and do everything differently. This is the network that you have access, core, and aggregation separately. Migrate the aggregation, the access, or we migrate stretches of the network, regions of the network. You migrate those to EVPN, and then that stretch has been migrated, you move to the next one. So you migrate a full region by doing so. We have what we call stitching nodes, and we upgrade on layers. So we configure a node. From this one to the access, it will work in EVPN, and then it goes through the core and VPLS, then we migrate separately. Well, the advantage is that you can migrate on stages, different stages. You have a huge network and you can plan. You migrate specific regions, and you can do this in a more planned and controlled environment. Here you see a diagram for this network. So again, you have the stitching node here, which is the node that integrates the previous network to the new one. Looking at the future, what are the trends regarding EVPN? Well, first, unifying unicast and multicast, a single control plan. As I mentioned, EVPN might become a universal overlay for L2 VPN, L3 VPN, or any transportation in the underlying network. EVPN, for EVPN, this is mandatory for SDN networks. For an SDN, a software-defined network, to work properly, it should have the route reflector. The RR will control the network. So you have the software, which is the entity that oversees the whole network, understands latency, package loss, jitter, at every link of the network. For an SDN to have the policies in the network, it needs a protocol that accepts these policies. Well, what protocol accepts that? EVPN. It's much more difficult for an entity that is controlling the network to inject these policies in a traditional L2 or L3. As I said in the beginning, MPLS was created at a time where we didn't even consider SDNs. MPLS is not prepared to do that. Traditional VPNs are not designed to have a software in command, whereas EVPN is designed for that. So we have a BGP policy section, for instance, defined by the route reflector. When the RR receives the information, it then distributes the information to all the PEs so that they follow the policies. For the segment routing, we have the software entity. It oversees the network. The PE identifies the type of traffic. The software identity knows what are the SLAs. So for voice traffic, for instance, it has a minimum jitter and a minimum package loss. So there are BGP policies for that specific route in the network. And this is done by the EVPN through BGP. It allows for this type of action. New networks, VXLAN, segment routing, they have this different mindset from the VPLS, from MPLS. With MPLS, you would build the network and the application would adjust to the MPLS network. So the application had to work with what the network provided, with VXLAN, segment routing. The transportation network has to adjust to the application. It's the other way around. The PE, it used to have QoS. I don't know if you've seen anyone use that. It's very difficult to see this type of implementation. I've rarely seen it myself. So you have to identify the LSP through the QoS. The idea of VXLAN is to identify traffic at the P and at the header of the package, you can show the route it will follow according to the SLA for that specific traffic. So the network adapts or adjusts to the application and not the other way round. Tech pillars. Let me add something. Unifying unicast, multicast, it's a single control plan. Currently, you usually have a network or the VPN for unicast and one VPN for multicast. That depends on the provider or the manufacturer. You use multicast, it has to undergo traditional routing. So for BGP EVPN, the idea is that multicast also goes through that route. It controls broadcast and it also controls multicast. It also controls traffic to decrease the load in the network. Tech pillars. Well, here we have segment routing V6 and beer V6 for multicast purposes, but as I said, I have other transportation methods that EVPN works with. The goal is to have an end-to-end network for internet service providers or traffic providers. I've seen in the market something, and I'm going to give my opinion, my personal opinion about it. Some people have been debating VXLAN for traffic. I believe that the replacing for MPLS is segment routing. Some people think that VXLAN has to replace MPLS, but for me, VXLAN should lie in data centers. And VXLAN replacing spanning three, I don't see this in a transportation backbone. I don't think VXLAN is a solution because of the header. There's an header overhead. With segment routing, the header overhead is the same one. But if we run it on V6, you have no header overhead. We saw this with Fabio yesterday. The labels, the route, this is in the destination address. Each part is an MPLS route. These are my conclusions. EVPN solves critical limitations coming from traditional VPNs. Limitations that are not from the VPN, but that belong to MPLS, they will not be solved. This evolution requires planning, and this planning should encompass services, topology protocols, and training the team, of course. It's a new protocol, and folks need to learn how to work with it. Let's not pretend the problem is not there. So besides service topology and protocols, training the team is key. They will make it work. Migration solutions are flexible, as I showed, So you can do this on a production network without the network stopping, without downtime, and real use cases prove gains. And I just mentioned IX, right? So this is what we saw yesterday with the IX use case. They are migrating successfully. They prove it can be done without network downtime. This presentation is very much based on an ebook that was launched just last month. If you read the QR code, you can download the ebook. It's a 50-page ebook. It brings the step-by-step process. There's the Huawei logo, but this is not an ebook specific for Huawei. It's a document for any EVPN manufacturer. It talks about the theory of the protocol and the migration process. So here you have my contact information.
Eu falei para o Ayub não perguntar, esqueci de falar para você. Tá respondido,
Okay,
não?
questions now. Are you going to ask a question? Yes, I am. It's nice to meet you, Luis. Nice to meet you too. I have two questions. Regarding the balancing of traffic, we will still have MPLS, as you mentioned. And if we have MPLS, we have the variety of labels. So you might bump into that. In an ideal scenario, with EVPN, it's just IP traffic, you know, and it will balance as it should be, right? Not necessarily. Each route has a label. And I mean, just EVPN. But you need the transportation. For MPLS, you're going to have the same label problem. If you have the segment routing, there are several routes. ICMP. Yes, exactly. If you will use MPLS, the best EVPN application is with MPLS segment routing, because you are going to have a balancing issue and you're going to lose your FAT, which could be the solution to balance the load at the backbone. Well, the point is not relying on this P along the way, right? Being able to see the various labels for balancing purposes and relying just on aggregation, doing this naturally. Yes, unfortunately, you're going to lose the variation of labels. When we have the two paths or the double approach for CE, that gives you two routes, and load is going to be balanced between the two, and it uses different labels. It will go towards different PEs. But if it's the same PE, you might face issues.
Yes, but well, this MP, what we have is that SMP will not be able to handle, MPLS will not be able to handle it. Another point, considering this EVPN scenario, how can you compare that to a traditional VPWS tunnel, when you don't need actually to learn label on equipment? So how can we then handle that? Is there any equivalent to VPWS, especially when you talk about the transport to IX actually? Well, it will help out the learning. Mac. So if you need the multi-point to point, it will just behave as a VPLS learning Mac, but it won't have to configure point to point, right? Are there any other questions? Okay, so as I had already told all the others not to ask me questions, so I just had forgotten about Verdiani, so I think there are no questions, right? So let's give it up to our speaker.
E vamos para nossa última
Now,
apresentação.
let's have the last presentation of the day, last technical presentation before we open the mic.
Muad'Dib Benix, ou
So,
mais uma apresentação para boas
yet
práticas
another presentation
no IX.
on best
Uma
practices
apresentação
at
introdutória também, que a gente achou
IX.br.
interessante, do
We
Luciano
also
Santana dos
found
Santos,
Luciano Santana dos Santos'
NZM.
presentation very, very
Eu não vou
interesting.
tentar
He's
ler
from
o que quer dizer
NZM.
NZM. Luciano, você, por favor,
So please, Luciano,
fale
you
aqui.
can actually let us know how to pronounce the name of the company NZM. I'm not going to try to do that.
Olá, pessoal. Boa tarde. Tudo bem?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Então, ali aproveitando a NZM, ela é um acrônimo de Netzwerk Meister, porque dois sócios que
NZM
fundaram a
is
empresa
an acronym for the Network Master because the founders, they come from German families.
Eu fiz uma brincadeira ali com o título, justamente quem é do
So,
Linux entende bem isso daí.
if you are from Linux, you will understand the acronym I gave to my presentation, the Apple Pay. So there are always new participants, new professionals, and this is a means just to put together the knowledge we have already accumulated to date, and then to go over some of the concepts, just a refresher. This is my disclaimer. So, all the opinions expressed here are mine, and the organization of this event is not accountable for content or any ideas that I'm going to share.
Quem é NZM? É uma
So,
consultoria de rede que surgiu
NZM
pela
is a
sociedade do Márcio, do Fabrício e do Renato.
network consulting that was established in 2017 in the state of Paraná by Márcio Dias, Fabrício Dick, and Renato Cordeiro. And we realized that many ISPs, they faced some challenges in order to implement network configurations. So the target was ISPs with small and medium operations, focusing on network and access infrastructure. So we do not provide any support to our customers. And we offer consulting services, training, and specialized technical support. This is just part of our team that was present in this event, but in 2024. And it's very important to be part of events such as this one for us to network and also to exchange information. And I'm Luciano Santana dos Santos, 25 years working in this field, network admin with experience in operations and ISP network management. So, I graduated as an electronic technician by Getúlio Vargas Vocational School and also undergraduate program on system analysis and graduate program on computing networks. So I am a Christian father, grandfather. I root for the Palmeiras soccer team, and I am a huge fan of Ramones. And I was once a maintenance mechanics in aviation. And if you have worked in the aviation industry, you know that it's zero tolerance. You cannot make any mistakes because 110, 140, or 180 people will be on board. And you need to be very careful with everything you do because otherwise you may have a crash. And the goal is to share knowledge with professionals and companies that are not much experienced on IX traffic exchange. And I know that many of you who are following us online is also, many of you are not also that experienced. So what is an IXP? IXP is a place where you meet people just like you and in which you build trust and exchange information. But on IXP, you exchange content, right? Some of us will provide content, some others need that content. We are service providers, but we are also customers consuming content. So in Brazil, we have more than 38 internet exchange points. And it's important to work as a community in order to have a stronger internet, a more resilient internet, less dependent on specific traffic. Which are the benefits of participating in IX? First, cost reduction. So the São Paulo IX has some cost. There's also for maintenance, but there is not much cost if you have your own fiber, right? So it's your cost in order to pay for some other elements. And you can also do peering. Sometimes people talk about the traffic volume. They say, no, but I want to pass on 10 gigas or 50 gigas. But for the customer who is behind your optic fiber, what's important is not volume, it's quality. So if they are able to issue an invoice faster, that will be much better for them, right? And oftentimes also have the involvement of local government. It also allows you to decrease latency, and you also have people connected. And that will also provide a better experience for the end user. And it's very important to have your content very close to your users. We can also enhance resilience. So you will be able, right, to provide alternative routes. For those of you who have already suffered an attack, you know how important it is to be part of IX and also to respond to an attack. Our key concept. So IX works as a huge traffic commuter. So we are now exchanging traffic using layer 2. It's different from those who are operating on layer 3 with routing. You as a provider or as the party that is connected, you are going to determine what you are going to provide or what you are going to get from that. You choose. You also have the possibility, right, to connect to anybody, considering BGP also sessions. And there is also the possibility of holding a bilateral session. So to choose a specific content in order to have more routes and other possibilities to exchange.
Nós, como brasileiros, não gostamos, é ler documentação. Mas ler documentação é essencial para a gente ter
We in Brazil, we don't like documents, but reading documents is key so that we have a good performance within IX. And especially the owners of providers, they do not like reading, but that's very, very important. And we also need to bear in mind that internet is a collaborative environment. So we had not thought about security when the internet was created, but today, as consumers, as providers, as professionals, it's very important to focus on security to make it more robust and more secure. And we need to implement URPF. And this is not something new. There is a tutorial, and if I'm not mistaken, André from EXA, he translated that.
Snippets de código, fica muito fácil de você implementar no seu ambiente para vários hardwares diferentes.
And for different hardware.
Link eu deixei no material, depois vocês podem pegar, tem todos os
Here
links
there is a link available.
Quem não usa, poder implementar isso no seu BNG e ficar mais robusto aí.
It's important that you read, that you implement this, and that would decrease some attacks. Something that also helps us is BCP38. The information is also available, and RFC 2827 talks about creating ACLs at entry point. So in order to take care of what's coming in and to be directly connected and to accept only what comes from people or from companies you know. Otherwise, you may be surprised. How do you implement that? Please check this link, anti-spoofing, and it will provide you with all the information. And also, check your network with a Qaida. So, just keep your laptop running, and then every now and then check if you don't have spoofed IPs coming in. Otherwise, somebody did not do their homework. And we need to stop just complaining once we have a DDoS attack. It's important that we implement measures to prevent it, to start with. We also have RPKI. This is a hot topic by the community, IX.br, IX, Eduardo and his team, they have been providing training, and this is a means for you to sign your routes. So here is Nick that will sign this and then to validate your routes. How can you do that? You can also rule out whatever is not convenient, anything that you would not like to receive. So this is another means to make your network more robust and also to take care of what you are sending to other people. We also have a tutorial for RPKI, and that was developed by the IX.br team. It's called IX 43. I went over this tutorial, and as always, it's very well done. just to read it and implement it. And what is IRR? IRR is a routing policy. It will allow you to make your policy public. So anybody else who is connected will be able to see your routing policy. Here we also have a link made available by Coraza, and once again, it gives you the step-by-step. It talks to you about the language used, so RPSL, and it's a very important means, and we need to share that because IRR is being used in order to configure sessions and also objectives. So if you have done all of that, why don't you implement manners? So you took care of what's coming in, going out. So why don't you take part in manners so that you can really enhance security and to show other operators that you are concerned about the security of your network? And also keep your contact active and updated. Whenever we have an issue, we need to pick up a phone, talk on WhatsApp, we need to set up the war room, so keep your contact updated. And PeerDB also allows you to understand or to learn where content is made available. So peering.db will have your website, your phone number, the person responsible for receiving an email if you are receiving a spoofing or if you're being attacked. So do that, and not only at IX.br or the registry. So this is a global database, and we are all used to being part of that. And we also have ARP cache. And our colleague Frediani, if I'm not mistaken, he addresses that. And there's a table that is constantly updated. And you may have a traffic issue or perhaps a size issue, and that can place your operation at risk. So just follow the best practices they recommend, and that will also decrease any impact. And there are 2,000 participants connected, and that's why it's important that you control it.
We see many people manipulating communities or just a BGP. Communities allow for automation. It gives options for your client to choose his options on how to run traffic in your network. You can have an impact in the routing relation with communities. Yesterday, Eduardo talked about this, him and Pedro. And Eduardo talked about cases that allow you to use this to improve your routing policy. Route servers. This material is also available. It was designed by Coraza. You know, when folks ask you many questions when they want to go into IX, well, Coraza has it all explained. Route servers allow you to preserve a simpler management and policy, and whatever is simpler is usually safer, because if it becomes too complex, as you know, risks arise and mistakes as well. We also need to monitor. Small providers face issues with that. Most of all, when it comes to flows. Machines are costly, and small providers sometimes cannot implement these machines, but they are necessary. The market demands that. So it doesn't matter what flavor you choose. We have 3 software options. These are free options, open source software. So look at your investment capacity and run one of these to see what's going on in your network, what's coming in, what's coming out, how is the flow, and the ports that Gilberto mentions, all the alerts. It's very helpful for you to find out what's going on and to make the right decision. There is a platform by a provider. This is free of charge as well. Of course, there's an exchange. He provides you free security information, but he's looking at your flows. It's like you're signing an agreement with them. Some people like that, some people don't. They'd rather create an in-company solution because they don't want to share this type of data. But it works very well. I've tried this in my network. I tested the tool, and it's been efficient. The most important part is community. We have documents available. We have the NIC material, the detour lists. We have many events, LACNOG, GTS. We have training weeks. There's a lot going on, and these things are helpful to keep us informed. Information is available. If you know a person who needs this type of training, let this person know so that he or she can improve, and that improves the community as a whole. We grow together. We have consultancy companies like mine, like other colleagues that provide these services, expert consultancy companies. And they provide excellent services. If you choose a consultancy company that is active, with open doors, that is renowned, you are going to be well served. These consultancy companies have dedicated professionals who specialize in that, and they can also adjust to your investment capacity. Finally, I want to talk about reading the documents. This is important. Sometimes we don't want to do it. And now there are AIs around creating podcasts, summarizing, translating. You can, read the content in the best possible way for you. The best content is the one that you read and understand. Activate and maintain IPv6 working. Some people remove IPv6. It makes no sense to remove a protocol that is standard. IPv6 is not the future. IPv6 is the present. I did my first trainings in 2010, so that's 15 years from now. It's been around for a while. I've seen IPv6 for a long time, but you have to analyze it on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at your content, your consumers, your impact. I have a dear friend who works at a bank. He hates IPv6, and I asked him, why don't you implement it? He says, I don't need it. I have a huge IP block. It serves me. I don't need additional complexity. But I think he's not thinking big enough. I was sad to hear it. But this is a huge corporation. This is not him saying it. It's the company's mindset. But I don't think it's the right mindset. Do your homework before you criticize attacks, problems, or mistakes. Look at your environment. Look at your network. Internet is actually many connected networks. And be careful with yours. If you care for your network, if I care for mine, it will be safer for everyone. It's just like a city. Some regions are safer, some regions are less safe. It's always better to do it good than to do it fast. That's my motto. Today, people want to do everything fast, but, we need to do things in the best possible way. It takes longer. Clients are restless, but it's the decision between having downtime or having a stable network. Be part of the community, be active, do what we're doing right now. In person, some people are watching remotely. Get involved, participate on lists, ask questions. It's always the same people interacting. We need new people to take part, to ask questions and interact. No question is stupid. Stupid questions are the questions that are not asked. Poor questions are the questions that are not made. Well, finally, I'd like to thank you all for your attention.
Acho que não temos perguntas.
Do we have questions, suggestions, comments? Okay, no questions. Thank you very much.
Então vamos para o último momento do evento.
Moving on to the final part of our event. Julio, Milton, Fábio, Rodrigo.
Quem mais? Falta alguém, Júlio? Oi? Então, Rodrigo. Esse é aquele momento do microfone aberto, gente.
Okay, this is the open mic session. And the microphone is open also for those of you online. Send your questions and comments through the YouTube chat as well. We have folks here looking at the chat. So if you have questions, you can also use the YouTube chat.
Regiane, pode ir já. Fazer. Não faz charminho.
Do you have a question? Go ahead and ask.
O Douglas Fischer não fez nenhuma online também ainda, Lucas?
Are there questions online? Nothing this year? Is anyone going to badmouth IX or praise IX? Requests?
400 agora.
Só 400 a gente tem.
400 giga requests.
Olá. Vim pedir
Hello.
Não, eu tenho algumas sugestões, talvez.
I have a couple of suggestions.
Uma delas, eu acho que se consolidou mais com a primeira apresentação do Eduardo.
One is connected to Eduardo's presentation. He mentioned the use of IX communities based on latency. This is very interesting. I use this in my everyday work.
Do meu ponto de vista, elas são interessantes, mas para vocês avaliarem com carinho.
I have a couple of suggestions. I don't know if they can be implemented. The first one is implementing a community for traffic management based on 30 milliseconds. Currently, we have for 10 and 15 milliseconds. You don't have an in-between solution, 30 or 25 milliseconds. Specific participants, they are in a regional IX in São Paulo or Rio, and the average latency is 30 milliseconds to reach these two places. So maybe having an in-between solution could make the community more popular. Can you explain that again, please? So, in the communities table, there's an export for 10 milliseconds and then 50 milliseconds. You want one in between. But why do you ask for that? Okay, suppose I am in Fortaleza. I'm connecting from here. And I'm in São Paulo. The average latency here is of about 50 milliseconds, sorry. But if I'm in Recife, I can reach it on 35 milliseconds. Maybe the intermediate solution would be more compatible. I believe this could be interesting. And in Eduardo's presentation, I saw that you do this monitoring. I think this could be an interesting analysis. It's an information for you to check whether it makes sense. Or maybe it's just something I think of. Maybe it doesn't make sense for the community. The other suggestion, the same community policy, but not just with prepends application. You should also include these for me, 10 milliseconds, one MID, then another MID. Same thing, but with MID. Prepend is a transitive attribute. It might reflect in other ASNs, whereas MID works there specifically. I think this is very pertinent for participants with two circuits, with two IX circuits, but they want to prioritize one. And you can attach that to latency. Some participants will use that with prepend or with MID. Third suggestion, including a validation for the Black Rule community. I don't see a lot of announcements for that. Many people don't implement that, and when they need to use it, if you receive the announcement, it's not implemented. If you include it in the activation timeline, participants at the other end will be aware of this feature. So maybe use will be more popular, and you will ensure that this has been correctly implemented. Currently, it's just something additional. Many people don't implement it, don't even know that this feature exists and is available. Finally, at the participants panel, when you access it, you have the participants. For the peaks, maybe include the SLA information. I don't know if a percentage, but an information. How often was that unavailable for a specific time window? This is very important for decision-making purposes. I have picks at SP4 and SP2. SP4 was unstable in the past. So comparing the two, SP2 looks more reliable. Of course, ideally you need redundancy, but this is decisive information for an autonomous system. Where should I connect? Which has the best track record? It depends also on fiber infrastructure, nature, natural events. And these are my suggestions. Congratulations on your work. I admire everyone at IX, at NIC, and CGI. So that's it. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Jonas. Since we're talking about communities and traffic engineering, Eduardo and Pedro talked about this yesterday, right? If we look at BGP attributes, we have MAGI. If you have a presence, São Paulo, Fortaleza, Rio, there's something that is quite interesting. You can apply this even if MAGI is not an attribute or a non-transitive. It's an interesting impact for participants that are connected to route servers. So in the community, some engineers have been using this technique. I specifically have adopted that, and I think it's a way to have manipulation for BGP and to have results when you determine latency. This is a a point that I have. Speaking of communities, I think it would be nice make available in communities to spread some autonomous systems that offer content. So there is a way to spread your BGP announcements to some specific groups, government entities, ISPs, or ESPs rather. It's a way to select distribution for specific autonomous systems. That's what I had to say. Thank you. It's a question and a request. Rafael Maia asks, IX will support BFD? And then we have Ramiro Souza. You should hold an event in Teresina in the state of Piauí. Maybe the next event could be there in the city of Teresina. Well, regarding BFD, yes, we can test it when we implement BIRD 3. It will be supported, there will be more features. We already have BIRD 3 operating in one of the Brazilian route servers. We are running tests, but it's an early stage. However, it's stable and it's working very well. So with BIRD 3 locations outside of São Paulo, we will be able to implement if we don't have any technical hindrance. Well, I would like to thank you for your comments, and we will take that to the team. We will take that into account. You know, working with announcements, that depends on the features provided by BIRD to manipulate these announcements. The latency table, well, when we created that, we had these values. It's just a table. We collect latency at every equipment for all participants. And I think it's a matter of adding an additional value. It should be compatible with the previous version as well. Well, regarding Teresina, we have traveling events. We have the regional IX event. And we have the Backup Forum as well. For 2025 in the northeast of Brazil, we're going to hold it in the city of Natal. Your homeland, right? That's why you're in front of the microphone. But yeah, sure, we can think of holding an event in Teresina, maybe next year. You know, Teresina folks need to ensure that there's good AC because Teresina is a very hot city. Well, if it's below 30 degrees Celsius, it's fine. Yes, for Teresina, 30 degrees Celsius is actually pretty chilly. Hello, I'm Diego. Moreira, you were talking about ASNs that have some are connected to IX. They're not directly connected. And you mentioned the challenge of having several providers and why they don't have ASN. Of course, this is an in-depth debate. There are technical issues involved. We know that the reality in Brazil is different, right? And the northeast of Brazil is different from the global understanding about routing. But many ISPs, but they, you know, they lost the timing. But something I wanted to mention is an initiative. Is there an initiative or a change when it comes to the acquisition by the ESPN? Many people want to have ASN, but there are some questions coming from Registro BR which are relevant. I'm not questioning that. How could this become maybe more flexible or easier so that smaller ESPs could be in IX? That's my question. If we look at the US, maybe, well, I've happened some ASPs with their ESPN. There are questions now. Is it really an ESP? You need to prove with images, with leaflets. So what could be done to accelerate access? There's some statistics, right, in that regard. ESPs that share ASN, and they want to be connected not just for business purposes. I know there are rules and policies, and I see that in some lists. What could be done so that ASNs with their 5,000 subscribers, they want to have ASNs? Do you intend to work with that? And also with the end of PV4, IPv4, does that change the table, the amount, so that we can have greater traffic volume?
A gente não tem assim muita propriedade para responder isso, porque é uma área que o registro BR toma conta, a gente não trabalha diretamente nessa área, né? Mas a gente pode levar para eles os questionamentos e talvez até sugestões. Seria importante, acho que entender especificamente quais são as dificuldades. Então, o preço está sendo uma dificuldade. Você falou da comprovação de ser provedor. A maior parte dos provedores tem já uma licença SCM, eu acho que isso comprova. Vão ter lá provavelmente um site ou pelo menos algumas redes sociais onde anunciam os serviços. O que está sendo solicitado, que está dificultando, que está sendo uma barreira? É o valor, é a documentação, a gente saber de quais estão sendo as dificuldades. Um pouco mais assim de uma forma um pouco mais concreta, eu acho que facilita a gente levar o feedback para o pessoal do registro e ver se tem alguma coisa que dá para melhorar. Então, se tiver ou se outros tiverem alguma colocação a esse respeito, pode ajudar.
That would be very helpful.
Mais nada?
Are there any other questions?
Vocês podem entrar no site do YouTube assim e põem lá a dúvida, se estão com vergonha de ir no microfone.
Well, if you don't want to speak up here, you can send us your question using YouTube. So just access our YouTube channel and send us your questions. Well, you should have brought your ChatGPT so that you could also ask questions. Okay. A brave one, a brave participant. Alan, I'm also from Teresina. It's not a question. I'd like just to thank Nick, Tim, the IX team. So it's really rewarding to be part of this meeting. This is the first time that I'm here in person and to get to know all of you, people we were following online. So we want to thank you and to give you this feedback that we are learning, we are implementing measures based on what we learn. And I talked also to IUB, and I can tell you that I don't know any other organization that invests so much in education as you do. So just want to thank you to the IX team and also the IX.br team. Thank you.
Mais colocações, dúvidas?
Are there any other
Vocês ficam
comments,
convidados também
questions?
para acompanhar o evento lá de São Paulo, né?
And
Principalmente quem
you are
está
also
acompanhando esse aqui pela
invited
primeira vez,
to
conheçam
follow us
a Semana de Infraestrutura, o
during
IX
our
Forum, GTR,
infrastructure
GTS,
week
o
and
Fórum
many other
Bicop, lá de
events
São
that
Paulo no
take
final do
place
ano.
in São Paulo,
Semana
and
que
it
vai
will
ser?
take place
Lembro
at
de
the
cabeça
end
aí.
of the year.
Acho que é dia 17 e 18.
If I'm not
17 e 18
mistaken,
é
is
o IX Forum, né?
on
Mas nos
December
2 dias anteriores tem o
17th
GTR e
and
GTS
18th. And
e
we
no
also have
dia
the GTR,
posterior tem o
GTS 2 days
Fórum Bcop. É
before,
uma
and we
semana
also
inteira
have the
de eventos lá em São Paulo.
Bcop
Então vale
Forum
bastante a pena
afterwards.
conhecer também.
And I think it's really worthy knowing it and participating in these events.
Acho que teve ponto aí que o Moreira acabou abordando aí na apresentação dele do
during his
OpenCDN,
presentation,
que
Moreira
ele esqueceu
talked about
de comentar que a gente está fomentando o tráfego
issue when he
IPv6
talked about
através do OpenCDN.
OpenCDN, and he forgot to mention
A gente
that
está
we
dando
are now
gratuidade ao tráfego
fostering
que está sendo
IPv6
pego no
traffic
IPv6.
via CDN. And
Então isso é
IPv6 traffic
o pessoal
is
que
free of charge.
assim precisa
So this
migrar a
is an
rede para
incentive, especially for
IPv6
those of you who need to
não estão
migrate
tendo
traffic,
motivação para isso, né?
but
estamos dando uma motivação a mais
so
aí
it's
para
an
ver se
incentive, right, for
o
those
pessoal
of
se
you who need to
movimenta
migrate
aí
to
em
IPv6.
direção a IPv6. E assim, né,
And
esgotou IPv4, os novos provedores aí
so
estão
now
solicitando lá
new
sistema
providers
autônomo,
are
estão recebendo
now
bloco
asking for
IPv6
autonomous
e tem
systems.
várias redes aí que estão
And
começando só com
there are many
IPv6.
networks
Então,
that are
assim,
starting just on
a
IPv6.
gente precisa caminhar para IPv6.
So
Então,
we need to
estamos
move
dando
towards
incentivo
IPv6,
através do
and we
projeto
are
do
then
OpenCDN.
incentivizing that by
Só
having the
dado a mais,
OpenCDN, the project
hoje
OpenCDN.
no site do IX.br a gente
And
não
today
tem
on the IX.br website,
a separação, né, do tráfego quanto
we
a
no
IPv4 quanto a
longer
IPv6 em cada
separate
localidade. A gente tem em São
IPv4
Paulo,
and
mas o dado
IPv6
não está
traffic.
ok. E
Okay?
a gente construiu um
And
novo
we have also built
mecanismo de
a
medição
new mechanism
do
to
tráfego, né, que a
gauge
gente
traffic.
está na fase final de
We are
implantação.
now at the end of its
Nosso piloto
implementation.
aqui em Fortaleza, tá?
So
Então
our
já está
pilot
rodando há
is
quase
being
2
held
anos
here in
aqui, enquanto a gente
Fortaleza,
está
and it's been running
trabalhando
for
em
almost
outras
2 years here in
features para
Fortaleza,
conseguir
while
operar em
we are
São Paulo.
working on some other
E
features
assim,
before
o tráfego
it's
IPv6 aqui
implemented in
em
São Paulo.
Fortaleza, né, dos
And
6 tera que a
IPv6
gente tem,
traffic here in Fortaleza, out of the 6
dá
tera
mais ou
that we
menos,
have,
acho que vou arredondar 20%, tá?
I'm going to round it, but it accounts for
Considerando que
approximately
a média,
20%.
né, brasileira,
So
acho que é
considering that the
50%,
Brazilian average is
50, alguma
50
coisa.
point something
Então,
percent,
significa que assim,
that
a gente
means
sabe que as grandes operadoras
that we
avançaram
know that the
muito nessa
major
parte IPv6,
operators
né? E
have really
os
advanced
ISPs, que são os
regarding
nossos
IPv6.
principais clientes, né?
And the
Vamos colocar assim,
ISPs that are our
precisam
major
avançar mais.
customers
Tá? A
need
gente já
to
fez uma
advance
medição
a
em
bit
São
more.
Paulo com esse
So we
novo
have already
sistema
gauged
e
that
ficou
in
na
São Paulo
faixa aí de
using this new
19%.
system,
Tá?
and
E
it
esses
totaled
valores, eu, por
approximately
exemplo,
19%.
consultei a Meta para eles também me
I
passarem
have
essa informação
also
e
talked to
bateu com o que a
Meta,
gente está medindo. Tá?
and it
Ou seja,
really matches.
os ISPs
That means that ISPs need to advance more regarding IPv6.
ISP que tem 100%
Well,
dos usuários com
considering
IPv6,
ISP
o pessoal de
that
vez em quando
has
mostra pra gente, a gente
100%
tá,
of
às vezes, nos
users
estandes,
on
nas feiras por aí, dos provedores,
IPv6, what
chega
we
alguém lá
have
com o
heard
notebook, quebra
during
aqui,
some
ó,
trade shows is that
100% dos
people
meus
open
usuários com
their
IPv6.
laptop and they say,
E o
check,
tráfego, como está o tráfego? Aí o
100%
cara mostra.
of my
Geralmente é
customers on
50,
IPv6. What
60%
about
do
traffic? Well,
tráfego
when it comes to traffic,
de IPv6,
it's usually
do
around
tráfego do
50 to
ISP, do cara que está com
60%
100%
of the
dos usuários dele
ISP
já com
traffic
IPv6 implantado, o cara
out
vê
of those that
50,
have already
60% do
implemented
tráfego
IPv6
fluindo em IPv6.
implemented,
Embora a
but
gente tenha
only
monte
50% of that
de
traffic
conteúdos aí
are on IPv6.
que não tem
We
IPv6 ainda,
know
né?
that we have
Governo, bancos,
a
e-commerce, tem
lot
muita
of
coisa sem
content that are
IPv6.
not running on
Tem muito
IPv6 yet, such as
streaming e muito conteúdo
government,
pesado que tem IPv6.
banks,
Então, uma
e-commerce,
boa quantidade do
many of them
tráfego
without
flui via
IPv6.
IPv6. Então,
So,
essa análise do Júlio de que se o tráfego no
as
PTT
Julia is
está
saying,
baixo, os provedores não estão com 100% de implantação,
if
ou talvez alguns não tenham nem começado a
IXP is
implantação,
low,
é bem real, né?
providers are not,
Então, é até
have
legal um
not
feedback de vocês
achieved
também. Convido vocês até para
100%
virem
in
amanhã, né? Amanhã é o
implementation.
Fórum de
And I
Boas Práticas,
actually would
um
like
dos
to
temas
invite you
que
to
a gente vai
participate in
tratar
our
é o
forum tomorrow,
IPv6.
best
Amanhã é o
practices,
dia
and
do
we will talk
IPv6,
about
né? 6/6.
IPv6. Tomorrow is
A gente
IPv6
geralmente comemora o dia do
day.
IPv6 aí todo ano.
We will celebrate it
Enfim,
tomorrow.
temos aí o Fórum BCOP, se vocês quiserem vir, dar
So we also have
feedbacks
the Big Cop
falar do
Forum
assunto também
coming
amanhã,
up,
estão convidados.
and that will take place tomorrow, and you are all
Fala,
invited
Frigiane,
for sure.
finalmente, né?
Fazer esclarecimento aqui e compartilhar também a minha experiência nisso daí.
Like to share my
O colega falou
experience.
sobre dificuldade de
A
tirar
colleague
SN,
talked
mesmo que seja
about
IPv6 only, e tem
a
pouco de relação com o que o
difficulty
Milton
to
compartilhou sobre esse incentivo
remove
de isenção de
ASN,
tráfego IPv6.
even if it's
Essa parte de
IPv6.
enumeração é um assunto que eu tenho envolvimento frequente, então
I am really involved
no
in
passado eu já tirei a
enumeration.
SN para
In the past,
provedor,
I have
ajudei o provedor a
already
tirar a SN
removed
IPv6 only. O
ISN
provedor que até
only
então
with
dependia inteiramente do
ASN
upstream, ele
actually
operou
and
por mais de
IPv6
ano
only. And the
IPv6
provider
próprio no SN dele e ainda com
operated on
IPv4
his
dependendo do upstream. Então isso já
ASN,
começa a dar
but
um pouco de
it
independência para
depended on
ele.
the upstream.
Nessa situação ele ficou na
And
fila
he
de espera e
operated
depois ele veio a
IPv6.
receber um bloco /22 já na lista de espera.
And
A
then
questão
he
da dificuldade,
also
a minha experiência mais
received
recente é de que isso já está
bar22
um pouco mais
block.
reduzido. Então, quando
And
você
my
solicita um
experience is
SN
that
IPv6
once
only,
you
não tem
request
tanta dificuldade como havia
IPv6
antes. Eu
now
imagino
and
que a motivação para
when you request
esse
IPv6
questionamento
only,
maior antes era
it's not
porque ainda
as difficult
existia a
as it
lista de
used to
espera.
be,
Então,
because in the past we had the
poderia se
waiting list.
acontecer de empresas que já tinham recursos, se
We
criar um
had
novo
some
CNPJ e
companies
conseguir
with some
recursos de numeração
resources
da
that
lista
would
de
create
espera.
a
Então, por
new
isso, talvez tinha um
corporation
rigor maior ali.
in
Mas como não
order
tem mais
to
isso agora, existe ali a lista de espera, mas ela é
be
inócua,
on
né?
the waiting list.
Então,
But
eu tenho
today,
visto que está muito mais tranquilo para você
I
conseguir o
think that
SN
it's
e é uma coisa
easier
muito
for you
recomendada. Se tem
to
provedores aqui da
achieve
região,
the
não só de Fortaleza,
ASN.
mas do Nordeste, que dependem
Well, something
inteiramente
I'd
ali
like
de
to
um upstream,
recommend,
eu
especially if
recomendo
you
muito
are
tirar o
a
SN. O custo
provider
não é
in this
proibitivo, é um
region.
custo
Please
aceitável se
get
você
your
considerar
ASN. The
anual.
cost
Você já começa a ter sua
is
empresa mais independente,
feasible.
você já
Your
consegue
company will
contratar
be
um
more
SIX ali do teu
independent. You
upstream
will
para
be
falar
able to
diretamente com o
also
X, ter um pouco de engenharia de
contract a
tráfego,
SIX
uma
on your
boa parte do seu
upstream,
tráfego
and
vai, às
that
vezes, até
will
mais da metade
also
do seu tráfego.
allow you
Se
to have
você
at least
fizer a implantação
50% of your
internamente em IPv6,
traffic
vai chegar para o teu usuário final,
on
você já começa a
IPv6,
ter ali
and
um
that
pouco de
will reach
independência,
your end
mesmo que
users.
você
So
ainda
you
dependa do
become more
IPv4 do teu
independent,
upstream. Em
even
algum
if you
momento
depend
você
on
já
the
vai ter um tamanho
IPv4
ali
on your
para, de
upstream.
repente, transferir um bloco
But
ali, que
that
seja um
will allow
/24,
you
um
to
/23, e
transfer,
aí se
for
tornar,
example, a
de
block,
fato,
be it
autônomo perante o
a
teu upstream e ter mais opções
bar
também de múltiplos
24,
upstreams,
for
né?
example.
Então, é uma coisa que eu
So,
recomendo, ainda mais agora com esse incentivo que o
and
Milton citou,
especially
se
with this
caso for num
incentive that
IX que
Milton
tem o
mentioned. So
OpenCDN,
if
é
it's
uma
an
razão a mais para que
OpenCDN
vai trazer, de
IXP,
fato, uma
that
vantagem
will also
perceptível para o
provide
provedor.
another advantage to providers.
Mais alguma colocação, gente?
Are there any other comments or questions?
Boa tarde, meu nome é Henrique.
Good afternoon. I'm Henrique.
Eu, como operador de ASN,
As
tenho
ASN
questionamento, já que você
operator,
levantou
I
tanto a
have a
questão do
question
IPv6.
because you
Nós
are
temos
now
hoje
talking
uma certa
about
dificuldade
IPv6. So we
relacionada a
face a
suporte,
challenge
principalmente quando o
regarding
colega falou em
support,
relação aos bancões, né? Que é
especially when
problema
it
que
comes
gera
to
ruído muito
banks.
alto
And
dentro
that
do provedor.
really
E
creates
geralmente quando a
noise.
gente tenta algum tipo de contato
And
com
whenever we try to
empresa
get
em
in
questão,
touch
o
with the
único
company,
repasse de informação que eles têm é, não,
the
desabilita o
only
IPv6 que no
information
IPv4 está funcionando.
only
E aí isso acaba
information
gerando,
they
lá
share
na última
is that
milha,
they ask us to
você
disable
acaba alejando
IPv6
a
because
conexão
it's working
IPv6
on
para
IPv4.
60% ou mais do conteúdo que o cliente está consumindo por
That you
causa de um
actually
único
decrease
aplicativo ou aplicação em
content
particular.
on
Quem,
IPv6.
desculpa? Quem que
Who
tem
does
feito
that?
isso?
Vários bancos.
Banco?
Bradesco é
Several
um dos
banks.
mais famosos em relação a isso aí.
Bradesco
Que
is
geralmente
just
quando
one
a
of
gente
them.
consegue, com muita luta, a gente consegue algum tipo de suporte. Não, IPv4 está funcionando,
We
é só desabilitar IPv6.
receive some
E às vezes
type of
isso é
support,
direto com o
they ask
cliente,
us
ou
to
seja,
disable
há manuais
IPv6.
e orientações para
And
que o
there are
cliente desabilite
different
o IPv6 no
recommendations
computador
for
ou mesmo no
having
celular. E isso acaba
customers
prejudicando de
disabling
forma geral.
IPv6 on their
A minha
laptops and
pergunta
on
é,
mobile
há algum
phones.
tipo de sugestão
Do
para que
you
a
have
gente
any
consiga contornar esse
suggestions so
problema
that
junto
we
a essas
can
instituições? Se
work
há algum tipo de
on that?
iniciativa por parte do
Is there
INC.br
any
para
initiative by
interagir com essas
IX.br
instituições
in
para
order
melhorar essa
to
questão do suporte ao IPv6?
establish a dialogue with these
A sugestão é
organizations
vocês
and to
trazerem
improve
isso para a gente,
IPv6 support?
trazerem para as listas e para os
Well,
grupos, porque
best
assim, faz tempo que eu não
thing for
ouvia
you to
falar de
do
problemas
is
com o
to
Bradesco,
share
tipo,
that.
alguns
It's been a long
muitos
time.
anos.
I hadn't
Eu lembro
heard
que
anything
lá no
about
comecinho eles
Bradesco.
foram
I remember that at the
pioneiros,
very beginning,
2012, 2013,
they
alguma coisa assim, eles estavam
led
implantando já,
the
e
ways.
implantaram
They were already
inclusive no Internet
implementing it.
Banking, e
They
daí
implemented
a
internet
impressão que eu
banking.
tinha, não sei se é isso
And
que
my
acontecia, toda vez que
impression, I
trocava
don't
alguém da
know
área de
if that's
segurança
true,
lá,
but whenever
eles
there was a
resolviam
change
fechar o
in the
ICMP, e daí
security,
eles
they
têm
just
algum
closed
lugar na rede deles que tem algum
CMP.
túnel, alguma coisa que não passa 1.500 bytes,
And then there is a
e
point in
daí não
their network,
funciona
there's
a
a tunnel
mensagem de ICMP para
in
dizer
which
que o pacote está muito grande.
1500
E
bytes does not
quando
go
você
through.
faz
And
os
then there was a
testes, tipo de
message,
ping, alguma
right,
coisa que o pacote é pequenininho,
saying
tudo
that the
funciona.
package
Quando o
is
usuário vai
too
fazer a
big.
requisição web, o usuário
So
faz a
when the
requisição,
user
fecha
requests something,
o three-way handshake,
when
consegue
the
conectar,
user
mas quando o
has a
cara
web
vai
request,
pedir alguma coisa, não vem nada. Então é um problema
well,
difícil de
nothing happens.
detectar
So
e daí esse efeito mesmo. Quando está com o
it's
IPv6
hard for
ativo,
you
não
to
funciona. E daí,
identify. So you have
algumas
an
vezes
active
aconteceu do
IPv6
pessoal
and it's not
falar
working.
isso na lista GTR, daí a
So
gente
has this
caçava um
been
monte de gente,
discussed
ajudava a caçar os contatos do banco e tal.
in the
Aí, uns
GTR
minutos depois, o
list?
negócio voltava a
This was
funcionar.
actually
Alguém
published in
percebia
the
lá.
ITR
Depois,
list.
há muitos anos eu não ouvi.
But
Isso aconteceu
it's
duas,
been
três
years
vezes, assim,
that I
com
hadn't heard of
intervalos
that.
de alguns
That
meses. Depois,
happened, I think,
até onde eu
twice or
sabia, tinha
3 times.
estabilizado.
And as far as
Então,
I
para mim, é
know,
novidade que
that
ainda
was
esteja
not happening. So
acontecendo
to me,
o
this is
problema. Talvez a gente
new,
possa
that you still
tentar
face this
chamar
challenge.
eles
So
para uma
perhaps I
reunião,
can
alguma coisa,
try
explicar, ver
to
se a
have
gente
a
consegue
meeting with
resolver isso
them.
ou até
Let's see if we
monitorar de
can
alguma
solve that
forma,
or even
tentar.
monitor that somehow.
Fala, sobre isso ainda, Aide?
Sobre essa pauta,
Diga aí.
sim.
Is it the same
Eu me
topic?
envolvi com esse caso
Yes, it
pessoalmente
is.
também do Banco
I was
Bradesco.
personally
Sou do
involved
Recife,
with
eu fui por
that
muitos anos
case
fornecedor
with
deles.
Bradesco Bank. I'm
Fui
an account
pessoalmente na
holder.
sede deles, ministrar
I
três
went
treinamentos
to their
especializados para seus
headquarters
gerentes sobre essa pauta.
personally to provide
Eu ouvia
training
dos
about
colegas do
that
banco que eles tinham
subject.
muito
And
receio
what
do ping da
bank
morte, por isso era
colleagues said
necessário bloquear o
is that
CMP.
they were
É o entendimento que
afraid
eles tinham lá. Então, toda
of
vez que era explicada a questão,
this
quando eles
effect.
passavam
That's
por
why
um
they
ponto,
had
iria fazer uma
to
auditoria, eles diziam,
block
opa, falta proteção
ICMP.
contra o ping
They
da
say
morte.
there's
Veja só,
no
o
protection
barulho
against the
vai,
ping of
Do
death.
bug do milênio, né?
junto com
Oh, it's like the
corredor do
Millennium Bug,
XP,
right?
exatamente.
Yes,
Então, toda vez
exactly.
que esqueciam dessa história, eu voltava lá, ministrava treinamento de novo. Ou
And
seja, eu
then
fui
I went back
pessoalmente três
there
vezes,
again
manhã, tarde e noite, para
to
os três
provide
pontos, fui
training.
internado lá na cidade deles.
I
Consegui
went
três
there
vezes
several
reverter essa
times
decisão
3 times I was able to change the decision, but they forget. I think it's a negative case. It shows that our groups, our community, our mailing lists are better than WhatsApp or Telegram groups. We can show that to organizations. We can show our debate through an URL, not through messages that will get lost in a WhatsApp group. And I think that everyone should be aware of this recommendation to turn off IPv6. You need to manage the asset so that it works correctly rather than turning it off. Not just with the banking industry, with gaming, I also see the recommendation to turn off IPv6. We must come together and publicly put pressure and explain this is not the right conduct. IPv6 should be adopted. Yes, I think it's important to be aware of that. And we can try to help. We can find people in these companies, set up meetings, training sessions. Maybe if there are other banks with the same issue. I wanted to publicly praise BTD Pactual. They deactivate IPv4 and they work with IPv6 only. Congratulations. I hope this can be a benchmark or an example for other banks. Speaking of banks, 2 things I wanted to comment. Nubank and Inter, if you don't have end-to-end IPv6 connectivity, the apps don't work. I imagine this is a specific restriction, not maybe a security criteria from the server side, but it's annoying because some CPEs don't work very well. And they change the prefix. Devices are not renewed and the app won't open. Maybe this is a problem with developers. That's why the mechanism doesn't work. But when it does work, it's great. That's when IPv6 is not running in the device. You cannot open the app. Is that what you're saying? So I have IPv6 connectivity here. I open the app, and part of this communication happens with IPv6. If along the way I cut the IPv6 communication, the app won't work. The failover mechanism that should make it work doesn't. Then we have to remove IPv6 so that it goes back to IPv4 only. Even if you shut down the app, open it again, or start a new session, no, you really have to erase it from the device. Inter and Nubank.
Alguém do Inter e do Nubank aqui? Não.
Do we have anyone from Inter or Nubank here, or Bradesco? I ran some tests with banking apps. Sometimes the app will open, but you cannot make transactions. It has happened to me. I would like to comment on OpenCDN and the dates to activate new locations. In the city of Caruaru, we've opened registration this week. If you want to adopt OpenCDN at Caruaru, the form is available for registration. The city of Caruaru, this is a satellite version of OpenCDN. Next week, we will be activating for the city of Feira de Santana. And within 60 days, we will activate it for the city of Belém. That's not going to be a satellite activation. It's going to be a full activation. And probably we're going to have a satellite in Goiânia within the next 60 days as well.
O tempo aqui está se esgotando.
Our time is running up. I think we're still gonna have a 30-minute presentation by Milton. No, just kidding. So going on once, no additional comments. Do we have any questions or comments online? Anything else? No one? Okay. So that's how we finalize the open mic session. I'd like to thank, on behalf of all of us here, I'd like to thank you for your feedback, your comments, remarks, questions, criticism, praise. Milton, would you like to officially wrap up our event? No?
Não quer, então faço eu. Então tá bom, gente. Muito obrigado pela.
So thanks, everyone. Thank you for being here, for participating. You are the brave ones who remained with us until the end. I'd also like to thank those of you who watched online. I really enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. I hope it was useful. And that's how we finalize the third IX Forum Fortaleza. Thank you very much.